We are in the beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. It is the final of the West Indies Championship 2026. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and we couldn't ask for a better setting for what is to be a historic 4 days. Two teams, storied franchises really when you think about the history of this competition, the players that have come through these teams, and today, St. John's. We're at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua to kickstart battle. Red Force, of course, beating the Barbados Pride in the playoff, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, after success against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They qualified directly for the final and also resoundingly won that warm-up game against the West Indies Academy coming into it. So to get you started, let's head out to the middle. A bit earlier, Mali Richards was surveying the 22 yards.
Good morning, and it's finals day here in the regional 4-day championship. We've got Guyana and Trinidad, an enthralling contest on the cards. But here we've got the pitch, and for me, the team that wins the toss would definitely be looking to bowl here. It's got a healthy covering of grass, especially in the business areas. Good covering of grass with the breeze here across the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The pace bowlers will definitely be licking their lips, especially the new ball bowlers, looking to hit an area. Just here, have a look at this. Green, lush grass here. I think today will be a bowler's day, especially in the first hour. I think the pitch will get better for batting as the match progresses, but who knows? Let's wait and see. Enthralling contest on the cards. Chandani with both captains for the toss.
Special day in the West Indies Championship, the 2026 edition. Two teams fighting for regional glory. It's one of the most storied rivalries in the Caribbean. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Tevin Imlach is captain of the Harpy Eagles. Joshua Da Silva leading the Red Force, and Michael Raghunath is here to oversee proceedings. Tevin has got the coin. And that is a very high flick, and tails is the call. It seems to be ahead. So Tevin's won the toss. Tevin, you've won the toss. What are you going to be doing and why?
Yeah, we're going to bowl first. It has some grass. I believe it has some moisture as well. So we look to utilize that very early.
What have been the learnings coming into this game with the 4 first-class games leading up to this?
Yeah, I mean, we've done well with the ball. Just with the bat, we need to be a little bit better. Some guys need to come to the fore, myself included. So yeah, hopefully we can play that full match today.
Van Lijn got 100 in that previous game against the Academy. What has the discussion been, Tevin, around your middle order getting a few more scores?
Yeah, I mean, the middle order has been doing well for us. It's really our number 2 and 3. No, sorry, number 3 and 4. Myself and Kevlin hasn't really, gotten the scores that we would have wanted. Hopefully we can come well in this game.
Changes today?
Yeah, Kimo Paul is in. Shomar Joseph is back in, and Kimo Savory.
All right, go well today. We'll get Joshua Da Silva in, who looks quite disappointed. Josh, having to bat first on this surface, how do you set that up? And I assume you would have bowled first.
Yeah, I would have bowled first as well. I mean, we've been sent in, so we have a job to do. I mean, it's still cricket, one team has to lose the toss. So, yeah, it does seem like it has a bit of moisture, but if we could navigate that through for the first couple of hours, and then we know normally Antigua gets a little bit better to bat after lunch. So once we can navigate that period, it should be all right.
A chance to be the first captain to deliver a 4-day title to this country in 20 years. What does that mean to you?
It'll be an honour, but I mean, we have to go through the paces day 1, day 2, day 3. So, yeah, just taking it session by session, and if it does happen at the end of it, then I'll be happy. But just getting through the paces first, and let's make sure we get there in the end.
A word on what the strike duo that we'll see at one stage in this game, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, what have they brought to your side as a duo and a combination?
They're the best in the Caribbean. There's no doubt about it. The way that the partnership that they open the bowling with, and they just keep coming at you. And then we have Joshua James, you have Terrence Hines. The all-out bowling attack that we have is really good, and the pace, it shows what the depth that we have finally that Trinidad is getting.
Changes from your playoff game, any?
Yeah, Brian Charles is out and Joshua James is in.
All right, all the best to you. Right from the middle then, it is the Guyana Harpy Eagles who've won the toss. They'll be bowling first. Teams making changes, the Harpy Eagles, 3 changes, and they'll be happy to welcome the likes of Shamar Joseph back. Kimo Paul is also back, but the big one, Mali, is that Jonathan Van Lijn who was, of course, part of that West Indies Under-19 World Cup team earlier this year and got 100 on first-class debut against the West Indies Academy. He's retained his place, and it means that Richie Lukenorth, who took 9 wickets in the game and scored 77, is out. What do you think about that?
Well, it just tells me that they don't think the conditions will probably suit the spinners as much here in this final. As you said, Jonathan Van Lang, that standout all-rounder, young Guyanese all-rounder, would have been a player in that Under-19 World Cup, and it's been very good to see him almost take like a duck to water to first-class cricket, as you just said, first-class century on debut. So that bodes well for the young man indeed.
And even the Red Force as well. They've also gone for the extra seamer. Joshua James is in. Brian Charles played the last game against the Barbados Pride at Coolidge. It's about maybe 15, 20 minutes away. But huge day. And huge day for these men as well. Carl Tuckett, Dyson Butler overseeing proceedings as the 2 umpires. And then it's a really big opportunity this, Mali. You think about the Red Force haven't won this competition since 2006, so 20 years. And if you're the Guyana Harper Eagles, you want to follow in the footsteps of what the Leon Johnsons and the Sarwans and Chanapals have done. You want to keep winning this tournament. They've won 3 titles in a row.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dynasty, the Guyana Harper Eagles, in this format of the game. As you said, Trinidad, they'll be looking for their first championship in 20 years. That's something you wouldn't expect for such a rich cricketing nation. They've produced so many great players over the years. To not pick up a title in 20-odd years, they'll be very, very... it's quite surprising, to be honest. But as you said, as good an opportunity here as any in these conditions. They're probably a little disappointed to have lost the toss, especially with the fast bowlers they have in their attack. But the Guyana Harper Eagles, they've got a couple as well. Niall Smith, Shamar Joseph. Shamar Joseph in particular can be very devastating in conditions such as this. So it'd be interesting to see how these 2 new ball bowlers go about it, and also how the Trinidad openers manage to combat it.
Yeah, you were out there looking at the surface a bit earlier. We had a lot of rain this morning in town, so you wonder if, looking at a bit of a dark coloration to the 22 yards, if that can make any difference or substantial difference. But yeah, big opening hour for Evan Lewis and Cephas Cooper, the Red Force openers. Cooper coming off of some form in that Barbados Pride matchup, the playoff, after a quiet start to the season. So he'll be quite pleased.
A truncated season as well, Nikhil. We must make that point. Teams not making it to the final stages would have only played 3 games. So Cephas Cooper did manage to find some form, as he said, producing 195 runs in that match, which proved to be the difference at the end of the day, which should really help his team get to this position here in the final.
And his partner, Evan Lewis, has been a surprising return, just judging by the reaction of around the Caribbean, to see him back in white clothes, because we're so used to him batting against the white ball. But 49 in that opening innings this season against the Leeward Islands, and then 18, 0, 7 and 14 since. So quiet by the standards that we've grown to expect from the Red Force openers in the past. And this man, Niall Smith, a fifer against the Leeward Islands, but the 10 wickets, he'll be hoping for more. This is a chance to get a big haul. You always think, Mali, you perform in a final, everyone remembers it. So huge day, huge clash, and massive opportunity. First delivery of the final 2026 West Indies Championship. One thing, as we always talk about, Mali, in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, is the wind factor.
Oh, yes.
And coming from the east, it's blowing quite strongly today, so that will be something for Tevin Imlat, the Harper Eagles captain, and also both opening bowlers to think about which ends and what direction do they try to swing the ball in.
Yeah, definitely. This breeze going from left to right across your screens here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Niall Smith with the new ball from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. With the right-handed Cooper on strike as well. Ball's just going to angle in. I think the real danger for the right-hander here is if Niall Smith can just get that ball to hold or at least go away threaten that outside edge. You've got the 2 slips, the gully, and that short catcher in at extra cover now.
Yeah, definitely some inward movement. Interesting, though, that he didn't start with that extra cover fielder, but you like the aggression from an Imlak to have the short leg in from the beginning, and you think maybe with that pronounced inward movement, just plants a seed of doubt into the mind of Cooper, who now has to be wary of that ball attacking the body line, but also maybe the ball hitting the inside edge and popping up to that fielder.
And this is something I've seen from Niall Smith throughout his career. It takes him a while to get going. Starts a bit slowly, warms up into his spell. You'd like to see him maybe more on it from ball 1. Just starting the ball a bit too straight here in these conditions. Just got to start it outside that off stump.
Yeah, better line. I want to find that length as well. The only field outside that 30-yard circle, folks, is deep fine leg. Maybe for the occasional shorter delivery. I think that's Tejan and Chandapal at short leg. If you're just joining us, toss was won by the Harpy Eagles. Opting to bowl first. Been some rain around. Even when the bowlers were marking out their run-up. Remember Jaden Seals, he made a mark just behind the stumps. You could see that there is that bit of moisture underneath. So you wonder if there's some variable bounce like we've seen previously in the season.
And variable pace as well. 2 pace nature early. Just there, that's the area though. And you could see just that extra bounce. Almost hitting the splice of the bat. Tennis ball bounce in nature there, Nikhil. Have a look at this. Better line. And have a look at that. Hitting up on the splice. Extra bounce. Well played in the end from Cooper. For that one not to carry to that extra cover fielder. There was an instant adjustment made by the Trinidad captain. I mean the Guyana Harpy Eagles skipper.
I think Cephas Cooper is saying the ball made a divot. Only 4 balls in and already I think you can just see center of the surface right where that ball pitched. There is a divot made.
And I think there was a little concern around here this morning in terms of just a few areas on the pitch where the umpires maybe didn't think were as compact as it could be. And just here early, that extra moisture, you mentioned it, Nikhil. You saw the mark. The bowlers were going through their paces. It was very dark indeed.
The thing is as well, Mali, is that it's a final.
Yeah.
So both teams will be seeing it, especially for the Red Force, having to bat first. They'll want the best possible batting conditions. Even if there is some moisture, they'll do everything possible. Even if there is some moisture, they'll want the best conditions possible. So a decision for the 2 umpires, you could see a clear divot made and a piece of the dirt actually flying up. That's the concern. And you think, Mali, if the ball hits that now again, you could definitely get that variable bounce. So you want to be absolutely sure.
And that was the concern. That was a concern. There's a bit of chatter around. You know, when you're analyzing early, players are walking around, officials just having a look at the conditions here. There was a little concern that the top in certain areas just wasn't quite as compact as it could be. And it's proven to be the case.
Yeah, I think because of the rain this morning, it rained pretty much up until about 8:30 a.m. this morning. So it would have been under covers. And even when the rain has subsided, the sun hasn't been at its hottest to really bake the surface. So maybe that's why you're getting that.
Yeah, it has been a bit cloudy, hasn't it? A bit overcast as well. It has been very hot here in Antigua. Head groundsman going out. It's not in a comfortable position here, especially after what happened previously. That second match between the Leewards and Trinidad, that match abandoned. So far, it hasn't been anything dangerous. It's just that to lose a piece of the pitch in the first over, it's slightly concerning at this stage.
Yeah, they want to be absolutely sure. We don't want a repeat of what happened early in the season,
Mm.
but also just to make sure both teams have got an even starting ground at the beginning of this game. Might be better, and I'm sure Joshua Da Silva, who came out to question the umpires a couple of minutes ago, I'm sure he'll be telling and thinking he wants his batters to have the best possible chance.
But after what would have transpired with the abandonment here, Nikhil, and with the West Indies Academy playing the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that previous match, I did think that it would have been a better decision to probably try and play that match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to get a gauge of what the conditions here could be like, especially with a final on the cards, almost like a dress rehearsal for the final. I think that was possibly an opportunity missed. Bit of concern here.
Just in the interim, Mali, Jonathan Van Lang is sent to your screen. He's one that he was sent to the screen. He's one that a lot of people around the Caribbean are speaking about. To get a first-class 100 on debut, it was very good batting conditions at the ARG, but still, nonetheless, 100. And you look at the rest of the batting order with guys that have played Test cricket, Kevlin Anderson. You've got Tevlin Imlak. For Van Lang to come in and get 100 straight away, Kimo Savory is there as well. What do you think that tells you about his potential as we see another replay of that ball that's been a concern?
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, it really bodes well, doesn't it, Nikhil? Young players acclimatizing themselves to the professional game, especially coming out of age group cricket. It's not easy, especially when you think of the dressing room. It's now different. You're now around men. You're one of the youngest in the setup. Your role changes. But the young man, Van Lang, we've been hearing about him for a few years. He's one of these young players we've gotten an eye on, alongside a Jewel Andrew, Micah McKenzie, even a Kevin Wickham. You know, they all fall into that same bracket. But it's, as he said, to me, he's got a bit of work to do with the ball to really develop into a genuine all-rounder. But so far, his batting has really proven to be his main suit.
Yeah, he wants to get his bowling up to that standard. Just speaking to him, Shamar Apple is another one that I've seen dominating under 17, the under 17 level from Guyana as well. But this is not great news for you folks, but better to do this early and get conditions. As you can see, overhead conditions beginning to clear up. That's a great sign. Once the sun comes out, we can have maybe some more baking, I should say, Mali, and then you have that surface moisture being removed. I'm pretty sure we would have a better start, and hopefully it shouldn't take too long. But the umpires deciding to go on the side of caution and being absolutely certain that they want the best possible 22 yards for the players to have. So they've gone off. I wonder if it's just to allow some more time before we actually have that start. All right, so Mali, we'll take a small break. Ask viewers at home, we know this is a coveted final. A lot of people will be watching the next 4 days, and we want to make sure we have optimum conditions for you. So keep one eye on the broadcast, whether you're in India or watching anywhere around the world, of course in the Caribbean on YouTube. And we will take a short break. The sun has definitely come out in much more intensity, which is a great sign. So for now, we take a break and be back with some better news shortly.
Yeah, well, thanks for staying with us. Just to give you an update as to what's happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground in North Sound, Antigua. Of course, we have the finals that got started this morning after just 4 deliveries. The players were called off. So the last inspection at 10:40, it was agreed to roll the pitch for 7 minutes and allow for further drying. And another inspection has now been carded for 11:25 a.m. So stay tuned. We will keep you updated with all the necessary information as it comes to hand.
Well, we're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We know the viewers have been eagerly anticipating action. We've got some information, though. The umpires have been out. They've inspected again, and the decision is play will resume at 12:40 p.m. after lunch. We also anticipate that the day will run till 6 o'clock this evening as well, to try and extend or try and catch up as much as possible for the lost action. So once again, play will resume at 12:40. So we've lost the whole first session here this morning. And we'll start again at 12:40. So we'll see you at 12:40, where hopefully we'll have action here in the CWI 4-day championship final between Guyana and Trinidad. We'll see you.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua and Barbuda. It is the start of the 2026 West Indies Championship Final. In Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Let's take you back to the start of the day. At 9:30 a.m. this morning, we had the toss. It was won by the Harpy Eagles, who opted to bowl first. And due to some surface moisture, after 4 deliveries, the umpires interrupted play, went off. A lot of work was done to the 22 yards. And there was some compacting, there was rolling. And after sunshine and heavy wind, we have a resumption after lunch. So already one session lost in the game, but both batters will feel a lot more comfortable coming out to bat at this stage, as opposed to how it was maybe a couple hours ago. Reminder of the two teams. The Red Force have made one change. Brian Charles, the off spinner, is not playing. They've gone for the all-rounder in Joshua James, gives them a fast bowling option. And for the Harpy Eagles, 3 changes from the game against the West Indies Academy, where they rotated. Gudakesh Moti is back, which is huge, the leading wicket taker in the competition. And also coming in, Shamar Joseph and Kemal Savory. So it means then that 19-year-old Jonathan Van Lang, who was part of the West Indies under-19 World Cup and got 100 on debut against the Academy, he retains his place. And Niall Smith had the new ball in hand before the break. He will continue and close out the over. As it was when the Harpy Eagles started the innings with quite an aggressive field. They've continued short leg in place. They've got 2 slips, a gully, and just a deep fine leg outside the circle. Cephas Cooper from Moruga in Trinidad and Tobago to resume strike. Shorter in length compared to how we started now, Smith. Good afternoon to Vinod Mamchan. Vinod, how are you and what are you expecting for these next 4 days of cricket?
Well, Nikhil, good afternoon to you and all of wonderful viewers across the world. Well, we didn't have a good start, did we? This morning there has been rain about and the covers did not come off at the usual time that it should have come off, and that kept some moisture in. And as everyone knows, that caused the delay. But as a batter, Nikhil, you will always have that in your mind, what transpired this morning, because it was just on a good length.
There's that inward movement again for Smith. End of the first over, none for none.
Yeah, and you would have seen early on though, with the when Cephas Cooper was batting, in those 4 deliveries, I think it was the second delivery where he pushed uppishly and short cover could have come into the action. It fell short of him. But that is one thing with Cooper though. Sometimes he pushes out too much. That front hand leads a little bit too much. And that is something the Guyanese would have definitely picked up on, their analysts, who ironically is from Trinidad.
Yeah, Kimo Paul will take the new ball from the opposite end. 7 wickets for Paul this season. Been a quiet start for Evan Lewis, Vinod, after that 49 in the opening innings of the tournament. You think he'll be hoping for a better return?
Yeah, luck hasn't been on his side, hasn't it? Against the Leeward Islands in one of the games, Penny Feather trying to effect a run out, struck that ankle of his, and you will well remember, Nikhil, that ankle has always given him problems. So it's been a bit choppy for him, if I may use that word. But in the domestic league in Trinidad and Tobago, he has been very prolific, playing for Marching Patriots.
I think a couple of people just seeing on social media coming into the game, in terms of Lewis's approach, he's gone to the traditional red ball approach, trying to spend and occupy the crease for a long time. I wonder if, because that hasn't really worked, if he goes to a bit more of an aggressive and positive approach. First delivery from Paul, and he'll look to use that win to come back into the left hand and push the ball across the right-handed Cooper.
Yeah, well, you saw that it was actually coming back in with the win. And I take your point. Obviously, a lot of discussions would have been had with him and probably other people as well. And it could, though, Nikhil, leave you in a position where you're a bit confused.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see. He's so experienced, Evan Lewis. Still a lot of cricket left. He's going to be playing here, actually, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons during this year's Caribbean Premier League. Picked in the 2nd round. Better length from Kimo Paul.
Yeah, Kimo Paul. That's rushing him slightly there. And, of course, Evan Lewis, there was this school of thought that he had gotten too defensive. And that is not his natural game. And then there's another school of thought that just play your natural game and see how it works out. Good areas, Kimo Paul.
What did you make of new format this year, Vinod, in terms of the 4-day championship? For these two teams to be in it, the journey to this point?
Yeah, well, definitely there's something that has caused a lot of talk across the region. And I guess when you look at the reason for it, and it again boils down to the financial aspect of the situation at CWI at this point in time. You have to take what you get, really. At least they were able to still play. And, if you look at it, Nikhil, probably the 3 best teams were 1, 2, 3, which was Guyana, Trinidad, and Barbados. So still, you had the cream rising to the top.
It was good to see a lot of the academy players filtered into their franchises this year. Kevin Pittman, I remember watching the last game here. I think he got a 6 foot in that game against the Red Force.
Yeah, Pittman bowled very well.
That's an excellent delivery from Kimo Paul. That will be the length he'll want to find more often than not with this wind coming from the east and creating that bit of doubt. And he usually starts over the wicket and then at times will shift around the wicket a bit later on in his spell. But he's been prolific with the brand new ball in the first 10 overs of his spell throughout the season.
Yeah, he has been, and I think this is why, there has been some talk about Shamar Joseph taking the new ball, especially in the game, the last game against the Windies Islands, where there were about 6 overs to go before the end of the day's play, and the ball was tossed to Kimo Paul.
Yeah, going back to last season and before Shamar Joseph, obviously he was occupied with test duties in Pakistan, so it was Kimo Paul that took the new ball alongside Nell Smith, and I think maybe Ryan Hercules, with Paul being more of a swing bowler and Shamar Joseph being a seam bowler, trying to maximize the usage of all 3 bowlers and give him the brand new ball. So it's worked so far. Harp Eagles find themselves, remember, chance to win a 4th consecutive title. Some outfit the way they've conducted themselves in the past 2 decades in this tournament. And 2 decades is what it's been for the men from your part of the world. Vinod haven't won a title since 2006, the Red Force. And Smith, continue.
Yes, last time they won it, we had Emirates was a player, and that was under Darren Ganga, 2006. There was a bit of a purple patch there, 2006, 2007. You remember you had the Carib Shield and the Carib Cup, and I think they had won both. And prior to that, you go back to 1989, 1990 season under Ranji Nanan when they won. So Trinidad and Tobago has not enjoyed the sort of success in red ball cricket as they have done in the white ball format.
Yeah, there's that hint of inward movement. An excellent length as well from Nell Smith. That's been good from the Harp Eagles since the resumption.
Yeah, you're quite right. Again, that inward movement. Good carry as well. Tentative prod by Cephas Cooper.
And you wonder how much that previous delivery before the break will be playing on the mind of Cephas Cooper, because it was around that similar length where the ball just jumped. And you think that will plant a seed of doubt in itself.
Ooh, that one jumped. Because I don't want to go back to what happened before in the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago game here on this very ground. But you're seeing a lot of deliveries like that. Fazio is out with him. Trinidad will be depending a lot on Cephas Cooper. I heard earlier on when you gave his stats, wonderful performance in the playoff against Barbados.
Yeah, and already in 9 deliveries, there's been some tribulation. Obviously, that ball that forced the interruption, now he's been struck on the hand, and sometimes we know you speak to players and these are the innings. If you could churn out a score for your team here in these conditions, given what's happened in the season leading into the playoff, but he's found form.
Yep.
You think these are the ones that really stick with you and build your confidence?
Yeah, it's like Sylviv likes to say, sometimes you need to score ugly runs. He reminded me of a match against Pakistan in 1980 at Multan, where he got 100. Everyone else failed, but that sticks with him.
We just got official communication from CWI in terms of conditions so far. And it was the surrounding moisture in the wicket that determined by the umpires to be too much, and hence we had the delayed cover removal this morning because of that rain, and hence the slightly later start. So thank you for joining us. Cephas Cooper is back with glove on. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And Tevin Imlap, Harp Eagles captain, trying to use these factors to his advantage. He's still got his short leg in place. I wonder if Smith just goes to maybe a shorter length for a change-up delivery at any stage in these first couple of overs to complement the swing.
Easy there for Cooper. Cooper comes from a family of 6 brothers who all play cricket. Akil Cooper, his elder brother, would have played for Trinidad and Tobago.
We had a good glimpse of him at the Breakout League about a year ago, Cephas Cooper, and what I hear, Vinod, in terms of people from Trinidad and Tobago, he's a fighter, and his run of scores this season would tell you that 93 and a 102 in that game at Coolidge against the Barbados Pride to put Trinidad and Tobago into the final.
And without that, you know what would have happened? Everyone in Oistins would have been glued to this match today.
They're still watching. Barbadians, they love their West Indian cricket, so they'll be watching. But a lot of the Barbadian players going back to play club cricket. A busy time throughout the Caribbean. In Antigua, there's parish cricket today. And Trinidad and Tobago obviously have the T20 Festival. I think Guyana recently had the Ram Slam tournament. Jonathan Van Lang was MVP there.
And he's here today. So just to bring you some news coming from Michael Rahudna, the match referee. And we're going to go to 6. You would have mentioned that before. Tomorrow morning, we have a 9:30 start, and the minimum overs today, 76. So you're going to do some overtime, Nico.
Still no runs on the board after 3. A lot of batting to come for the Red Force. Joshua De Silva, James in today. The all-rounder from Tobago, Joshua James.
Well, you have Carrie Pay batting at 10 with a first-class 100, so that should tell you something. But again, I think this pitch is on everyone's mind. One hopes that it flattens out and we can really enjoy this final.
And just judging by the approach in the first 3 overs, not much emphasis placed on run scoring. I think the message from Emmerich and De Silva will be clear. Get us through this first over, maybe even till tea. Forget about the score. Because you can easily, we've seen it a couple times this season, where teams have lost the game, and especially when they've come up against the Red Force and the opening bowlers. They've almost lost the game in that opening session when they find themselves maybe 50 for 5, I think it was. Sometimes worse. So the blueprint has been clear.
Yeah, well, Guyana seemed to have the perfect blueprint over the last 2 decades. Trinidad and Tobago looking to find theirs. Seems to have gotten there this season, though.
What have you made of the change made by the Red Force to get James in for the off-spinner Brian Charles?
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Looking at the track, everything was dictated by the track. Even Guyana, looking out after that 7-wicket haul, he's out. And I think they all understand that at this venue, the seam option is a better option.
I think that game that was drawn when the Red Force and the Hurricanes battled 27 wickets in the game, every one of them.
Edged and gone. Well, sharp catch there, Nikhil.
Yeah, excellent from Kimo Paul, again probing away on that good length. And Evan Lewis, it's been a difficult season for him, and it continues. Another dismissal caught behind the wicket.
Let's have a look here. That one came back into him. Oh, a lovely catch. Sharp. So the Harpy Eagles striking early. Man coming in now, Chid Gooley. It's been pretty decent this season. We saw Gooley fight on this track after being struck on the elbow. He retired on the first day against the Leeward Islands, came back and just attacked everything, which tells me that as best as possible, just play a natural game on this track here.
He's come into the tournament this season, Jid Gooley, with domestic form back in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's quite interested to see actually, even though him batting at 3. Remember last year he batted at 6 at times. He also opened the batting in one of the games. I think it was against the Leewards in 2025, but seems to have found a home at that number 3 position. Not an easy place to bat.
That's pivotal, isn't it? Most of the best batters in teams across the world bat at 3. Immaculate defensive shot right behind the line. So it's going to be a difficult period here just for the Red Force to get through. And as you've been saying, all along the plan was probably just to see off the new ball. So far, Lewis is back in the pavilion.
And Kimo Paul, they're relishing the fact that another left-hander's come out. The way he started, in fact, both him and Niall Smith complement each other well. And this wind blowing profusely across the ground, it helped the ball come back into the lefty. And then sometimes he can just scramble the seam and allow the ball to go wide and hold its line, like we just saw there.
Yeah, you just look at his hair and you will see the direction the wind is blowing. And the flags fluttering to the eastern side of the ground. It's very windy indeed, has always been. And because of the construct of this ground as well, the eastern end is open. So you always have to factor in the wind.
Good carry as well from Kimo Paul. It's been a bit of a resurgent season for him. 7 wickets, but also a couple of 50s. He's gone up a few positions in the batting order.
He's made himself something of a white ball specialist. But your thoughts on him looking to address the selectors for Test cricket?
I think it's a lot more than just Test cricket. I think Kimo Paul probably at the stage of his career understands that the more cricket he plays, the better. He's been unlucky with injuries, and the red ball game gives you that grounding. So it'll help his white ball game in finding that length more often. And if another over 4 done, still no runs on the board, none for 1.
Yeah, so Harp Eagles continue with an early stranglehold. Smith is going to continue. Smith, who plays domestic cricket in Trinidad as well. His latest entry into Trinidad was earlier this season, before the 4-day tournament, where he played for Club Sando. Look North plays a lot of cricket as well, down there for Marching Patriots. So a number of the Guyanese players would have been in and out of Trinidad teams. But a lot depending on this man, especially in the early exchanges. Oh, that's a beauty, if ever there was one.
Yeah, and again, it's that length from Niall Smith. I think it just really makes a difference to have a bowler that can shape the ball into a right-hander, especially when you think about the two ends and the way the wind and the ground is set up. And you're seeing that on full display. You think about someone like a Matthew Ford for the Barbados Pride last year with that pronounced inward movement. I know he's worked on his outswinger a lot in the past 12 months.
Driving down the ground, bit obviously.
The one thing we haven't seen from Niall Smith yet, though, is maybe a shorter ball. He's got that deep fine leg in place, I assume, for maybe a surprise delivery, and still employing the short leg. I just wonder, with Cooper tentative in these first 14 deliveries, can he just risk maybe going a bit shorter and at the body line to get a fend, or maybe the ball just pops off the top edge?
They've also dispensed with that short cover. First runs of the bat. You spoke of Cephas Cooper early on, and I know with the work that you do, your very popular interviews and stuff, Nikhil, you would have spoken to him, and you'll realize he's a student of the game. which is so important. And find that being a rarity these days.
Very serious about his game, and good to see he's gotten a run at the top of the order even after a few low scores. It's a strong Red Force team. They could have been tempted to make a change. We've seen guys like Amir Django at the top of the order in the past, but they stuck with him.
Well, he's looking at the bat. We'll start by saying Nicholas was pitched outside the leg stump.
Yeah, definitely too high as well, hitting him on the thigh pad.
Well, umpire Marley Richards initially said not out.
Yeah, just to clarify for the viewers, you'll hear from Mali Richards soon. He's not the actual umpire on the field. I think as they grow into this session, that will be the key. When Niall Smith, who's looking for swing, sometimes may overpitch. When the opportunities are provided already in this over, there have been a couple of half volleys, one which Cooper flicked to the onside, and that one. When those deliveries do arise, because you won't get many of them, with just the one field outside the circle, can you find a gap? Maybe get a couple, if not four. It's a heavyish outfield with the rain, and that man will be rearing and ready to go soon, Shamar Joseph. So you want to maximize as many deliveries as possible, but maybe after you can get through this bit of moisture remaining.
Gully's a positive player, and once the opportunity presents itself, he is going to cash in. Probably just wants to feel a few onto the bat in the early exchanges here. So in case you're just joining us, there was a delay this morning for a wet pitch. Play started, and after 4 deliveries was stopped and then resumed at 12:40, just after lunch. That's a very good afternoon to Mrs. Turner. Nikhil, she sent your favorite, carrot cake.
It's great to see that people have really bought into the West Indies 4-day championship. A lot of people in Antigua here told me that they'll be coming to the game today. Decent crowd in the main stand. Some people come in under the shade. Hopefully as we get into the afternoon, would have loved if the Hurricanes were in the final. I'm sure we would have seen a lot more.
It's playing side of the line there. But Miss Turner, I've seen her for the entire season in that same spot that she normally occupies. She doesn't move. If you want to leave her a message, Nikhil, to tell her thanks for the cake, you put it in that spot where she's sitting and she'll get it. She sits nowhere else.
And I think that speaks to the die-hard fans in the Caribbean. They've been coming to cricket for years. They love watching the game. Doesn't matter who's playing, which teams. It's become a ritual.
A bit too short. Want to come up a little bit and fight the drive.
A couple of small narratives in this game that many will be keeping their eyes on. You think about the two captains, Imlak and De Silva, and maybe the two of them, in addition to a Jamar Hamilton who had a good season, are competing for that keeping slot in the West Indies. 4 test matches this summer, and both are captains. They'll want to win the game, of course, but they'll think this is a huge opportunity. You get runs in a final, and maybe you think it just gives you the edge over the opposite. So a few lovely battles to watch as we go through the next 4 days. Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, the two strike partners for the West Indies in the test format, going at it against each other. And Anderson Phillip, what a season he's had to follow up an impressive 2025.
He's put his hands up, hasn't he?
Maybe just some pressure getting to Cooper. Looked for a single there. 19 deliveries now for just one.
Well, it's not bad. At least the intention is there. Let's look to rotate the strike. The left hand, right hand combination is at work.
And it's amazing how batters differ. I mean, you think about someone like a Matthew Nandu or Tejnarin Chandapal. Had they been 1 off 19, they're probably happy because they believe that's how they apply their pressure, by grinding down bowlers, by grinding out an opposition. Other players like Cooper want to score.
But there are times, you play situational cricket. And this is one of those situations where you need to probably take a leaf out of the book of those two guys and just look to grind the bowlers down. It's very hot outside there.
Five waiting in the slip cordon. Very attacking.
Probably on height. Left that one on length, Cooper.
Excellent change up though from Kimo Paul, because the 5 deliveries before this had all been going away from Cephas Cooper, and you can see this one sharply back in. May have just scrambled the seam. Hard to tell from that angle, but definitely did something off the surface. And that too will plant some doubt in Cooper's mind. And sometimes it's just one delivery, to know that a bowler has that option, and it really makes you think.
Yep.
Been a positive start for the Harper Eagles. They'll be pleased with this. 6 overs, 1 for 1. And now Smith continuing into his 4th over of this opening spell. And no short leg. Yeah, they've gone away from it. Even with still the quite attacking slip cordon, nobody under the bat.
It's important, and to continue to push those deliveries across the left-hander, bring the odd one back in. And you were calling for a short ball. I don't think he wants to operate in that manner just yet. Probably he's thinking that the pitch is still a bit too wet. Not happy just yet with digging it in. We saw him do that early on this morning, and we noticed the result of that. But then again, there's that man waiting down a deep backward square. Showing him impeccable judgment.
And everything this Harper Eagles team and as a bowling unit do surrounds that duo, Moti and Pramal. And you think it's only a matter of time before they get into the game. The job of the seamers, find that length early, especially on this surface. You've done the first thing right, and that was to win the toss. Now make full use of it and set the game up for those spinners to destroy. And we've seen this from both opening bowlers throughout the season. They'll start over the wicket and then switch to around. He was getting success from over, but maybe wants to make Jidguri play a bit more.
Not bad at all. Probably just a little bit too wide. But you can see him starting by bringing it in, and then on pitching it went away. All this will be information stored in the mind of Jidguri.
When did they get Shamar Joseph in? Obviously the opening bowler is going well, and how they manage his bursts throughout the day, throughout the match, giving him a rest in the last game. Thaddeus Level played against the academy.
Again, you said it, Nickel. When he gets those deliveries, he has to cash in. Finding the fielder, Nandu.
And you think about this Red Force team, what Shamar Joseph and the bowling lineup would have come in planning was that De Silva and Django are the real engine room, or have been this season. They've gotten scores from Cephas Cooper in that playoff game. But can you, if you get into them early, maybe expose De Silva to that brand new ball, even an Amir Django, all of a sudden you have an opportunity, even with the depth that the Red Force possess, an opportunity to put them on the back foot. You've already done that by getting that early wicket and keeping things really tight.
On a track like this, I think Jason Mohammed will come into play. His role will be magnified on a track like this, of course, given his extensive experience. And as you know, Nikhil, he will be calling it today after this match. I was having a word with him this morning, and he was saying, just imagine getting a title. It'll be the icing on the cake.
What do you think about what he's done? 400s last year, 573 runs. And his body of work in the first class system, it really is only missing that title, with him being such a big factor in the past 5 years, really, in this team. A bit wide from Smith, 1 for 1.
End of the over. Well, I'm going to take my leave for the moment, Nikhil, and the king is here. Good old Mali.
One for 1 after 7. And Jed Gooley in at 3. Yet to score, 13 deliveries. Cephas Cooper being struck on the hand, is still batting, still battling. And Kimo Paul into his 4th over of the spell. Of disciplined start from the Harpy Eagles, Mali Richards.
Yeah, very disciplined indeed. Both new ball bowlers have been quite good. I think, to be honest, Nikhil, after what we saw on that 4th delivery of the morning, I was fearing the worst. But the umpires made a good decision, went off, just gave the pitch a bit more time to just bake out. And at this stage, it's looking absolutely superb. It's good pace and carry through to the wicket-keeper. It's testing stuff for the batters. They've had a few half volleys, you'd say, that they've missed out on. But just there again, they've made very good use of the conditions. The Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers use this breeze very well. As he said, it's going across the ground here, especially to the right hand. It aids in that outswinger.
Tevin Mlat Mali just ran to fine leg and had a word with Niall Smith. I think it is that he wants to swap ends and maybe bring Shamar Joseph for a burst soon. We'll keep an eye on it, but get back to your point. Yeah, and I wonder if that carry will almost encourage the Red Force and say, well, if we can just maybe sustain a bit of pressure now, we know that you're rewarded really at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You think about the past, the test matches, you've always been quite a batting friendly place. So if you can just get through this period, ball is swinging. Once it starts to get older, there's a lot of runs on offer, even if we're only 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, you've got to be able to soak up pressure, and like Vinod was saying, be able to score ugly runs, maybe when you're not at your best. Bowlers are on top. Just there, getting to the other end, rotating the strike, especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Try and make things as difficult as possible. Try and apply pressure back on in different ways as a batter. As he said, Cooper is quite nuggety. He's gutsy. You look to fight. But I'm very pleasantly encouraged by what I'm seeing here in these conditions. Pitch is shaped out to be a pretty good pitch at this stage of the match. Let's just hope it continues. A lot being said about the new ball pairing here, whether Shamar Joseph should take the new ball. so far. Maybe Niall Smith hasn't been quite as accurate with new ball in hand.
And what, like we saw in the previous over, Niall Smith switched to around the wicket against Cooley, and Kimo Paul has done the same. Maybe just want to start the ball a touch straighter. He's left a lot of balls in these first 14.
And that's what you'd want, especially as a batter in this situation on this pitch. If you don't have to play, makes things a little easier. That's another ball in which you can gain some information, pace, bounce. Just trying to acclimatize yourself to the conditions here. It's a good delivery. That's come in quite sharply from around the wicket.
2 for 1 after 8. Guyana Harpy Eagles hunting a 15th title in the West Indies Championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have won 5 times. And Guyana, of course, winning 3 titles in a row and hunting a 4th. And yeah, as that we predicted, Mali, a message from Tevin Imlach. Although the Red Force are only 2 for 1, he wants to attack. He wants wickets and trying to maximize this brand new ball. He's gone to the X Factor, Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how this pitch reacts to these Shamar Joseph deliveries. Tends to nail the ball into the pitch a bit more, hits the deck a bit harder. That one starts down the leg side though, and that will be the first boundary of the morning. Is it signal runs? Yes, it is. So the first boundary going to Cephas Cooper. Bit of extra pace on these deliveries, more skiddy.
Yeah, out of reach for Imlach, and already something happening. And good to see as well, folks, just right of Cephas Cooper, there's a short leg back in place for the extra pace. So you can tell that they've done a lot of planning in terms of having that fielder there just right of your screen. Excellent length and good start from Joseph. 6 wickets in the 2 games he's played this season. Probably would have expected a few more wickets, but it's been tough as well. You think about dealing with the injuries and then also the new chapter in his career of playing multiple formats. Recently going to the T20 World Cup with the West Indies, having to come back and then adjust to the Red Bull format. And this summer he's going to be so pivotal across formats for them, especially in those 4 tests, which the West Indies need to win against Sri Lanka and Pakistan.
Just looking at his body, he's looking fit though. He's looking strong. Seems like he's put on a bit of muscle as well since I last seen him. So it looks like he's been putting in that work off the field. And as you said, maybe he would have wanted a few more wickets in the games that he's played. But it's been Niall Smith who's been leading the way from the wicket-taking perspective for this Harpy Eagles bowling unit.
And the West Indies had a disappointing World Cup campaign to some extent, not making the semi-final. But I think one of the big stories coming out of that World Cup, Mali, is Shamar Joseph's emergence in the T20 format. The way he was able to go to that Yorker on call, bowled really well at the back end overs, and you think about supplementing that with his test skills, becoming a complete bowler. He's going to be a huge asset and obviously needs to remain fit.
That's the key issue for me. You hit the nail on the head right there. Can he remain fit playing all these formats? He'll have to be managed.
And it's the same with Jaden Seals, who we'll see later on, who has started to get some success in the 50-over format. And he wants to explore his white ball opportunities, maybe in franchise leagues as well. So that management going to be key. He was supposed to play county cricket this summer, but West Indies opting to manage him ahead of the summer and opt to keep him here in the Caribbean.
Got 4 home tests coming in, as you said, multi-format player, so You expect he'll be involved in the white ball format as well down in Jamaica. And the Sri Lankans touch down.
Quite a promising start from Joseph, 6 for 1 after 9. Something to keep your eye on here, Malian viewers. That ball from Shamar Joseph, something to look at there, and that's the away movement. You think about the first 3 years of Shamar Joseph's career, it's been a lot of balls angling back into the right-hander. Something he's worked on a lot of has been the ball that just shapes away. Just working on getting that for you a touch slower so you can actually see the release, but pointing the seam towards maybe that second or third slip and actually getting that away movement from the right-hander. Something I've seen him do a lot more of this season, which is good.
That's a good delivery there. Not sure whether to play or leave. I think Kimo Paul has been superb in his 4.1 overs so far. But just going back to Shamar Joseph, yeah, it's something he's looking to develop, taking that ball away consistently from the right-handers. I think if he can just now adjust and get a little closer to the umpire when delivering, that makes that delivery so much more difficult to play. It starts on the stumps, which forces the batter into playing a stroke. Just there, nicked off. Parried away. Kevlon Anderson couldn't take that one. Took a sharp catch to remove Evan Lewis, but this one flew away to his right. Did very well to get a hand on that. Bit of pace and carry in this pitch now. Lured into that drive. Just got to him a bit too quickly there, Nick.
Yeah, it would have taken something spectacular had he held on to that. Kevlon Anderson, I don't think you can put that down as a chance, given how quickly it got to Anderson, but just this time where Kimo Paul varied from that maybe 6 to 8 meter length and went a touch fuller. That time again, maybe just using that delivery as the change-up. So discipline, and then after building and sustaining pressure, you then go to lure the batter into that attacking option. And with the score on just 7, if you're the Harpy Eagles, you can afford to.
That could have also been parried to himself or even to another fielder in that slip region. Luckily for Gooley, we know Kevin Anderson's very good catcher in the slips. Another strange case, Kevin Anderson, because he's been very good in the last 2 seasons. He's now finding it a bit tougher here, maybe in his 3rd season or so of first-class cricket. We saw him play against the Australians when they were last here and made his test debut in that pink ball test in Jamaica. Didn't go as well as he would have liked. Was shunted up the order, had to open at one point in that 2nd innings. Oh, once again in that corridor, not sure what to play. Kimo Paul causing problems here. Just being very accurate with his lines and lengths, starting most of his deliveries just outside that off stump, with a hint of movement either way.
If you're the Harpy Eagles here, you're overjoyed with these first 10 overs. You couldn't have asked for a better start. Not only the fact that they've taken the 1 wicket and the score has gone nowhere, but it's been the discipline, building pressure. With rarely any release. End of the first 10 overs in this final of the West Indies Championship, 7 for 1.
Yeah, just the 1 boundary here this morning. Didn't get play until after lunch, so we lost the whole first session. If you're just tuning in, hence the score, just the 10 overs bowled. Evan Lewis, the batter to go, removed for a duck. It was interesting to see when Evan Lewis was announced. Well, when he announced that he was coming back to the red ball format, made himself available possibly for test selection. But I always thought it would come down to how he would perform here, especially in a truncated season, making a comeback to 4-day cricket. I think it's going to take him some time to get back into the groove. He's had his fitness issues as well.
Kimo Paul's just walked off the field, so you wonder if that's the end of his spell, and maybe you get, with the ball still swinging, the wind quite high, they haven't really been able to score against the pace. You wonder if now Smith comes back from the opposite end. And they've got Van Langer as well, who's a seam option. Nice and full from Shamar Joseph, and Gooley has left a lot of balls. But you can almost count on one hand, Mali, the amount of times that they've missed their length, the Harpy Eagles. So I think they'll be encouraged by the start. The fact that they've come out in such a disciplined manner, although they've only got the one wicket, sort of understanding conditions and what's on offer.
Yeah, and this Red Force batting lineup so far, the few times that they have missed their length, they haven't been put away. You think back to a few deliveries over pitch by Niall Smith. What's interesting to note, I think you noted it earlier as well, with Shamar Joseph. Maybe a little shorter, more stocky, maybe delivers from a lower trajectory. Not the same bounce, necessarily carry through to the wicketkeeper. Very skiddy indeed. Very quick through the air. Still got the 3 slips. Just there. Beauty. Thought that took the edge for a second, Nick.
The way he ran to the side, Shamar Joseph usually does it when he's about to celebrate.
It's also this breeze having an effect on the deliveries after going past the batters. Have a look at this. Fantastic delivery, just luring him and just swinging after. So, good take that from Tevin Imlach, who's once again been on top of his game with the gloves in hand. Hasn't scored the runs that he would have liked.
And then a touch straighter. Shamar Joseph. I wonder if it was a ploy to maybe change things up, given that for these first 9 deliveries, which he's bowled predominantly a lot at goalie, most of them have been wide. This time maybe veering a bit too straight.
Yeah, he lost his patience there, Shamar Joseph. You saw in the previous delivery, just touching down on and about that off stump. That's where he has to be. That's where he's got to be more often than not. That change-up delivery has to be one in a blue moon. He has to look to set Jid Gooley up here, bring him across further and further across the stumps, and then that's when you go for that change-up, the one that comes back into the left-hander.
He's just asked that backward square fielder to come a bit finer, and probably the right move and get back to it. Oh. Wow, misfield, but almost went directly to the fielder. He had just positioned Niall Smith to his left, and you think someone skiddy like Shamar Joseph, you probably want that fielder finer rather than more square. He wasn't going to carry, but I think Niall Smith will feel he should have stopped it.
Yeah, almost carried though. Got to that, to Niall Smith on the bounce.
And it's the second time he's gone very straight, so it makes me think, is it more of a ploy to maybe target the pads and the stump?
But that's slightly strange for me, especially with a bowler of his international experience. Someone who you would have seen that delivery that beat Gooley outside the off stump. Since then, he's just decided to change tact. Just there. That's where he needs to be. He needs to start it on or about that off stump and let the pitch do the work.
11, 15 for 1. Previous delivery from Shamar Joseph. Yeah, better length. You just see finishing on just around the top of off. So we'll be happy with that end to the over.
And that's also why I would have a short leg in. to both these batters. It's just the extra bounce at times. Brings that inside edge into play. You saw that one. Inside edge onto the thigh pad. That could easily balloon to that short leg fielder. Cooper at times just tends to play with low hands, especially early in his innings.
Yeah, even though Kimo Hall went off the field, he's back on and continuing into his 6th over. Cephas Cooper hasn't had strike for a while, ever since that previous over. So it's been the one thing that the Harp Eagles have been able to do, with them drying up the score so much and the scoring options. One bowler, in Kimo Paul's case, he's been able to bowl a lot of deliveries at Cooper. And then you, of course, have the opportunity to set batters up.
But that delivery there is a very good delivery, very good batting that from Cooper. Very good opening batting. Just touch down, bit of swing, bit of bounce. Knows where his off stump is. Just there again. It's a good stride. So he may be 6 off 37, but he's showing good batsmanship at this stage of the game.
Yeah, a lot to build on, Mali. He's got a couple of first-class hundreds. I was actually noticing in his 750-plus scores, so the 550s and 200s, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have never lost. So it shows that when he gets runs, often like we saw in the playoff game, they're usually quite valuable runs, and it's resulting in important results for his team. Was that pad first half appeal really only from Kimo Paul?
Once again, I think just hit on the gloves. Let's have a look at these hands. Almost Pujara-like at times. In fact, just a bit of extra bounce, to be fair. That one's hit him on the elbow. So he's been in the wars. Cephas Cooper.
Yeah, so once hit on the thumb, now hit around the elbow. And still, even with all that's going on in these 38 deliveries, he hasn't looked too bothered. He's been quite happy to be defensive and grind it out. And that's what these two have done so far in this partnership.
Definitely. Harvey Eagles would love to see a couple more wickets on that scoreboard. 20 for 3. They'd be over the moon. But at this stage, Cooper, he's fighting away. So's Gooley. Played and missed on a few occasions, has Jid Gooley, but he's still there.
To look forward to in the meantime. Temin Imlat, Mali has a chance to be part of an elite group. I was noticing and just doing some research on the history of the winners in this tournament. Only 5 captains in the history of the West Indies Championship have won 3 or more titles. Imlat has 2. He's looking for his 3rd. I think Leon Johnson, the Guyanese skipper, has got 6.
Is Tamar Lambert on that?
Yeah, he's also got 6.
Yeah.
From Jamaica. Did very well as leader. Then you think about something like a Craig Brathwaite, Courtney Brown. They've got 3 each, and David Holford has 5.
Wow.
Nobody else in the Caribbean has managed to win 3 or more. So quite a big 4 days for Imlat. You also think, as you mentioned before, the fact that it's been a quiet season. If you can get runs in a final, you're already in the West Indies test team. You went on the previous 2 tours. So maybe that just restores a bit of confidence in the selectors to keep you. So a huge 4 days from a leadership perspective and an individual perspective.
Yeah, fantastic platform for these players. Once again, great opportunity which to showcase their talents. Just there, have a look at that. Kimo Paul on top of his game. How good has he been here this morning? Once again, past the outside edge. Cooper's known where his off stump's been. So this has lured him into this stroke. Have a look at that. Almost angled in, touched down, and just went away from the right-hander. The good part about that batting from Cooper, he didn't let his hands get too far away from his body, did he?
able to speak to Mali when you have such a tough start in the tournament. Like Cephas Cooper did in the first 3 games against the Leeward Islands here in Antigua, he would have been low on confidence. What was his scores? 22, 6, and 6. And then going into that playoff game, sometimes it just goes your way. And obviously, even getting to 93, there would have been disappointment there. But to follow it up in the second innings and come back and get 100.
If I'm not mistaken, he would have been the only top order batter in that game to post scores above 50. Did so in both innings.
Again, still swing for Kimo Paul. End of 12, 16 for 1.
Yeah, you can see that one. Just a bit more round arm, a bit more slingy from Kimo Paul around the wicket, showing good skills here. Have a look at that. 33 dots in his 6 overs, just the 3 runs conceded, and he's picked up that wicket. How long does he continue though, Nick? That's the question. Especially in these conditions. It's a hot day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, and the management of Shamar Joseph as well, because you want him to be at his electric best. You want him maintaining a high energy level. Great to see some fans coming in. You've got the opportunity to sit on the grass mound. You can sit in the stands if you prefer the shade. And come and see test players on show. A lot of quality test players, maybe some future test players battling in this game. Again, starting on that length, Shamar Joseph. You manage him, Mali, maybe in 4 or 5 over spells, at least up front, and then segue into shorter spells to supplement the spin as you go through the day. It's really grinding. Cephas Cooper, 41 deliveries.
It's why captaincy is so important in the game of cricket. It's different in football and a lot of other sports. Captain has a direct influence on the tactics.
It's great to see in the 13th over that Imlak has still persisted with that short leg. And even if no ball has gone to short leg, Cephas Cooper is one that likes to tuck the ball off his hip. And that one change-up delivery, and Scramble seam there just holding its line. He doesn't have that opportunity to tuck it because of that fielder. So although he's not done much, still a great option with all that we've considered in terms of conditions and how disciplined they've been.
Yeah, it's a really attacking position in these conditions. Once again, a lot of swing after the ball has gone past the batter, making things a bit more difficult for the wicket-keeper.
And there are a few signs that you can tell the Harper Eagles, and probably why they've been so successful is because of their planning. And you look at this field, Mali, of course they've got the very aggressive slip cordon, but just look left of screen, folks. There's a huge gap. Nobody's at cover. So there's the point in place and then the extra cover. And the reason is because Cephas Cooper actually quite likes the cover drive. You look at his high percentage scoring options, the cover drive is top of the list. So you're encouraging him in 2 ways. Yeah, back to it. Well, 3 ways actually. One with the length, should get a couple here. Bowling full and asking him if he wants to take it on, that opportunity is there. Then the field allows him to. But if he does choose that option, you've got guys behind the bat where he's been caught a few times this season to take that catch if the opportunity presents itself. Yeah,
it shows that the backroom staff have been on top of their game as well, hence why they're chasing a 4th title in what, 5 years? 5 seasons? No ball signal there. Just overstepped by Shamar Joseph.
Not every team in this tournament has an analyst, but the one thing you think about the Harper Eagles in the Breakout League, in the Super 50, and this tournament, they always have, as Vinod Mamchad said earlier, Ryerson with them, their analysts. That's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They too will get to see some of their planning on offer. But they spend a lot of time in meetings, in bowling meetings as well, trying to plan for batters, field positioning. Assistant coach Garvin Ned there as well. just maybe starting to grow in confidence now, Cephas Cooper. A few more scoring shots in the last couple overs.
Yeah, and you talking about that planning, Nikhil. You probably want to see it being utilized a bit more at maybe at the international level, especially with a team almost being a dynasty, chasing, a fourth title. You want to see this backroom staff and the like, Hercules and whoever else is there. You want to see it being utilized, especially on the international circuit.
Whereas in Bagu, the analyst with the Harpy Eagles, we'll get him on the camera to show you, the viewers, soon. He's just hiding probably inside doing some more research, how to go about the next couple sessions.
Oh, it's a beauty. How has he missed that? That has turned him right around. An absolute stunning delivery. Looked like it started just on about leg stump or maybe outside. Ended up beating him outside the off stump. Fantastic delivery from Joseph to end, as I'm joined now. We'll have a commentary change. I'm joined now by Vinod Manchan.
Thanks a lot, Mali. And he has to be in form like you to edge that.
Oh, Lord. I'm not sure I would have touched that one either, to be fair. Have a look at this delivery. An absolute peach. Oh, we've lost it. I think Jason will pull it back up again. Made good use of the conditions here. This breeze going from left to right, from the east to west, across the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Oh, this is good. And the bowling is as tight as the economy. You look to create opportunities to just turn the strike over.
You speaking about the Trini economy or the Antiguan economy?
I'll leave that one outside the off stuff.
Yeah, you're leaving that one like Cephas Cooper. He's left very well today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
He has been beaten, but you do expect that as well in these conditions. You are going to get beaten. You're up against some quality bowlers here as well, the first class level. Can you fight through it though?
It's all about percentage cricket. But this is cricket, and this is what you want to see. You want to see these guys fight through. You want to see Guyana, on the other hand, take advantage of the conditions. And they might feel a little bit hard done, Guyana, that they didn't have the opportunity to bowl before lunch.
That's the thing. But that excess moisture caused that delay early this morning, as we said, lost the whole first session. So started at 12:40 p.m.
Worked away nicely. Only just allowing that one to come on to him. It's important with the left hand, right hand combination to rotate the strike here, man.
Yeah, very, very important indeed. Especially with this bowling lineup in the form that it is at the moment.
Yeah.
It's got to be able to soak up pressure as well. That's a way in which you can do that, as you said. Playing the percentages, low risk scoring, just dropping the ball, playing with soft hands. Got 6 catchers behind the bat, so they're open spaces in the outfield.
Again, too short, easy for him to get into line. Remember, the longer he stays, the bigger he will see the ball. But as I was telling Nikhil early on in conversation with your dad, he once told me that sometimes you have to score ugly runs
when you're not feeling your best.
Yeah.
I remember him saying that on numerous occasions to myself as well. It's not every day where it's just going to race out the middle and you're feeling $1 million. Can you find a way to contribute to your team when you're not at your best or when the bowlers are on top? Everything isn't going to be ideal or perfectly suited towards you. Can you find a way in real time?
Excellent, serious wisdom there from the great man himself. And he would have contributed more often than not.
Right, but that confidence, confidence to do so comes from a lot of the work that's put in behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's not just on the day. It's how you train, how you look after your body, how you rest, recover. Just there again, good delivery. Well played from Cooper. Didn't actually play at that one. Just tucked the bat behind the pad.
A bit too short. Allowed him just that extra split second to see the ball. Nice compact player, Cooper. Has always been a student of the game. I remember him in the secondary schools cricket league in Trinidad scoring a triple century at a very tender age.
What was the name of the school he went to?
Naparima College.
Okay,
your good friend,
Naparima, I heard that.
your good friend Liam played for that school as well.
Liam Manjan.
Yep. These days he's nursing an injury.
Okay.
22 for 1. We've seen 14 gripping overs of cricket.
It has been 14 gripping overs, as he said. I was saying to Nikhil earlier, I was almost fearing the worst after what we would have seen on that fourth delivery. But it must be said, this pitch is dried out and it's absolutely playing beautifully now.
Yeah,
Good pace and carry through. It's been quite encouraging for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, the ball is going to come onto the bat as well. The batters would like that. This is now a good cricket pitch.
It is. It is.
Let's make that announcement because, you know, the keyboard warriors are already out this morning. Things happen, but this is a good cricket pitch. If you know cricket,
exactly.
This is a good cricket pitch.
Once again, cricket living up to its name.
Yeah.
A game of glorious uncertainties. Fearing the worst. It's just been given a bit of time.
Yeah. Joseph around the wicket now.
Can you find some consistency here to the left-handed goalie? That's the area.
Bit obviously gets away from the strike. He's going to look at that bat again. He continues to look at the bottom of the bat.
Didn't quite transfer the weight as he would have liked there, goalie. Just camped on the back foot slightly.
Yeah, he was just pushing out. I saw Cooper did that once in the early exchanges before they went off. So the ideal situation here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be to bat until tea with these two there. The ideal situation for Guyana would be to take 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, they shouldn't be worrying too much about the score at this stage.
Yeah.
As you said, the longer you're at the crease, the easier it should get. You've got to give yourself that chance. Earn the right to score big. Imagine if Cooper can go big early. I mean later, after digging in early.
Down the leg side. So this is a big duel in the Caribbean when Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago comes up. It's almost similar back in the day when my football club, Liverpool, played Everton.
Oh, wow. The Merseyside derby. Especially with Liverpool this season. Not quite the same, what do you say, sting or passion involved in the Merseyside derby this year. But let's hope it comes back next year.
You know, you live for that.
You know, I'm a Man U fan. So
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. I'm your rival.
Yep.
I'm your rival, Vinod.
Yeah, and your dad's rival as well.
Yes, big time.
He's a big Liverpool man.
Big time. He's a big Shankly fan.
Yeah. So at the moment, 24 for 1. Now, you may look at the score and you may think, well, we're up to about 15 overs. That's all the runs they have scored. But if you're a cricket fan, it has been entertaining.
Yeah, in context. It's been a fantastic showcase of seam bowling.
Yeah.
Especially from Kemo Paul, from the Sandy Roberts end.
Oh, that's gorgeous. They say it's one of the most difficult shots in the book, but he made it look easy.
Yeah, he managed to transfer the weight this time, didn't he? The Jid Gooley, right in his hitting arc. And by some distance, that must be said, that's the shot of the day.
Yeah, definitely. The shot of the day. He loves to play that on drive.
Just the third boundary of the morning. Haven't seen too many over-pitch deliveries put away by the Red Force batters. But that was immaculate. Should give him the world of confidence. Opts to go short this time. Not a man move. Looks like Niall Smith in that fine leg position. He'll just have to retrieve
Take his time. But this is Goulet. He's a positive player. And, you know, when he now broke out onto the scene in Trinidad, he was a ball beater. But he has matured a lot. He's batting in that pivotal number 3 position. There's it. Going deep in the crease and just guiding it more than anything else.
Yeah, just use the pace.
Yeah.
Swiveled on that one. But for me, Shamar Joseph is just showing a bit of impatience here. Maybe just hunting a few too many wickets, looking to bowl that magic delivery.
Which you know he has.
Just there. He's just got to hone in on that area. Just there. There's a bit of bounce. There's a bit in this wicket.
End of the over, 32 for 1, and things like that will always play in the minds of the batters. They're going to take a short break for drinks, and so do us. Well, we're back here. It's 32 for 1, and Niall Smith has been switched around to the Sir Andy Roberts end. I was just speaking to Marley earlier on today about Sir Andy Roberts and the area that he came from. It's Erling. Yes, and Marley was telling me that he started off as a fisherman.
Yeah.
Then later in life,
Well, apparently he used to sell drinks. His nickname was Fruity. He used to sell the fruity drinks. And then, yeah, he's a fisherman. Just a businessman, really. An entrepreneur, as they'd say.
Yeah, he started as a fisherman, and later on in life, he had men fishing outside the off-stop.
A lot of fishing, indeed.
32 for 1. Smith a bit too wide on the resumption there.
And if you remember from the fire in Babylon, he was nicknamed the Hitman.
Yeah.
The amount of people he would have put in a hospital with ball in hand.
Doctors must have liked him.
And he really lacked that. Not lacked, but he didn't really show too much emotion, did he?
No, didn't.
Whether he was happy or not too happy.
Well, Jason said that he saw him buying food, I think last week, and he approached him with all due respect. Sir Andy. And he looked at Jason, he says, Andy.
Andy. Yeah, very humble man indeed.
Yeah. Too wide. So just trying to get his bearings back here. Smith from that end, which is the southern end of this lovely ground.
And it's been a good, intense start, hasn't it, to this regional 4-day final?
It's good, as Nikhil was saying early on, you know, 2 powerful bowling attacks.
Yeah, 3 of the premier seam bowlers in the West Indies on show.
Yep.
But it's important now Smith doesn't release the pressure here. Needs to be on the money, needs to follow Kemo Paul. You don't only bat in partnerships, you bowl in partnerships as well. He needs to follow what Kemo Paul would have done. Back that up.
He's pushing back firmly. Niall Smith has a very long run up.
He does. And he also presents at times out of these 3 fast bowlers for the Harpy Eagles, tends to be the one that presents more the scoring opportunities. Maybe not quite as consistent in line and length.
I've won 5 for this season so far.
But he has been good. He has been very good this season. For me, it's a bit disappointing not to see him kick on the way I think he should have kicked on in the last 4 or 5 years, to be honest. Still yet to represent the West Indies.
That's good, that's much better. But again, as you said before, Cephas Cooper has been leaving and leaving well.
And I think it's an often overlooked art of opening batting, especially as an opener. I think I mentioned Pujara already. He reminds me of Pujara a lot. The way he's, you know, quite nuggety.
Well, leaving alone is a shot, isn't it?
It's a massive shot, especially when facing the new ball up against top fast bowlers. You've got to be able to leave, not just on line, but on length as well.
too short, too easy there for Cooper. Cooper is one of those guys who has loads of patience. So he will bat and he will look to solidify one end, lock it up. He can still be attacking, as you know. Gooley, on the other hand, he's one of those positive players who's always looking for runs. So the two of them, as you said earlier on, the bowlers hunting pairs. This pair has been good because of the variations that they bring to the bowling attack.
As you said, they're just a bit too short. That fourth delivery just shows you the difference between success and failure. It's a thin line. 16 overs gone, 32 for 1.
You've been harping over the point of consistency.
It was that fourth delivery where it actually squared Cooper up. But as you said, it was just a tad too short. So he had that time in which to adjust. Had it been a tad bit fuller, he wouldn't have had that time. That more than likely would have taken the outside edge.
Yep, the flags fluttering on the eastern side of the ground.
The fast bowlers would like this as well. The amount of breeze it aids in cooling them down.
Yep.
Can you imagine if it was just hot and still here? It'd be a lot harder for the bowlers to manage.
Run from Barcara. Sprays it a bit wide. I see the southwestern end of the ground. Mrs. Turner is there. As I said before, you know, she presented us with a cake for lunch, and this is why Nikhil went missing.
Oh, Lord.
He particularly
I'm yet
enjoyed
to
it.
taste that cake, though.
Yes, we have it across
Seems like
there.
she only sent it for Nikhil. Where's my slice?
We have it across there for you.
Okay.
In fact, she sent a lot.
Okay.
Oh, that's a
Beauty.
beauty. He has an ability to produce these on so many occasions.
Maybe of the 3 bowlers we've seen for the Harpy Eagles, he's been the least consistent so far, unexpectedly. Maybe just a bit too side-ish. Hasn't quite nailed his length, but on the odd occasion he produces something like that.
And that is what
That's
makes
what,
him
yes.
special. Seems a lot stronger
He does.
this season.
He does. He looks stronger. Looks like he's put on a couple pounds of muscle. I've never really had much worries or many worries about his like cardiovascular fitness. It's all about managing him. As Nikhil said, playing multiple formats. He's playing 3 formats. It's a lot more difficult as a fast bowler in which to do. That's where the backroom staff and management becomes so important. Bit of extra bounce again, but no short leg. That's why you still got to have that short leg in for me, Vinod.
Yeah, I thought it was very, very strange that that short leg was removed. Initially when he came on, because of the extra pace, the short leg was in place, but all of a sudden they've dispensed with that. Guyana has to understand here, at this point in time, they're still on top.
Especially at this stage. We haven't seen too many balls driven through the covers. So at least for a few deliveries or for an over, you could pull that man out from that extra cover region. That gives the batter a big gap to look at, especially with this breeze going across east to west.
Yep.
Maybe get him playing at something that he would normally play at.
Strong approach, driving. And again, not in control. Looking to go through the offside. Go through the on.
Yeah, off the inner half of the bat, that one. Not quite there for the drive.
So as we were seeing before, Shaman Joseph has, according to Mali, put on a few pounds in terms of muscle.
Muscle, yeah, he's looking stronger. He's always been a wiry, strong, kind of fast twitch type to me.
Our guy Jason has put on a few pounds as well.
I thought he'd lost a few, to be fair.
Yeah, he has. He has. He has lost a few. Seems to be having an afternoon siesta. Joseph. And again, it's leaving and leaving well. Another over comes to an end. 33 for 1 after 17.
Yeah, the management of these three fast bowlers will be key for Tevin Imlach. Especially in these conditions, you want to keep them going as long as possible. Switch them round. Get them going from different ends. Smith to continue from the Sir Andy Robertson.
Well, I was just about to say that they're maintaining those 5 catches and 2 have dispersed immediately.
I'm not sure why. Got to keep that pressure on. They've threatened the outside edge on numerous occasions.
Well, he's going around the wicket. As you said before, these bowlers just after a little while tend to go around the wicket to the left-handers.
Just there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how disappointed they'll be if one flies through that vacant slip region there?
That was an excellent line. That one is holding its own.
And we know he can produce this. It's almost when he looks to produce those magic deliveries is where the inconsistency comes in, Bernard. He's just got to stay consistent, stay professional. That's a professional line and length there.
Yep.
That's what's the difference between a club bowler and a first-class bowler, is being able to land that ball more often than not.
You know I'm going to borrow that. I like that.
Yeah, it's a professional line and length.
That's a professional line.
You see that a lot, especially in county cricket. Especially with those, as you'd say, the doublers that don't necessarily possess that pace and bounce. And yeah.
Do you remember Chris Harris?
Chris Harris, yeah.
Gavin Larson.
Gavin Larson.
Yeah.
Even Ian Harvey from Australia.
Yeah.
Ended up having fantastic county careers because they managed to understand the conditions in which they were playing. And just produce that professional line and length on or about that off stump over and over and over.
Driving. Straight up the middle. I remember the 1992 World Cup when New Zealand made quite an impact. I think they reached the semi-finals, beaten by Pakistan, the eventual winners. And it was all about Gavin Larson and Chris Harris, just bowling that professional line that you spoke about.
I think it was Adam Perori, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Perori, the keeper. Yeah.
He would have been standing up to the stumps, especially with Chris Harris on.
Mark, great batch also had
a
great World Cup.
Pinch hitter.
Yep. And I think for the first time, they introduced a spinner, Deepak Patel, to open the bowling.
They've always been very creative.
Oh, that's 4.
That's a poor delivery, that. Not sure if he got any bat on that. None at all. Buys, started wide, continued going wider.
Dayton Butler wouldn't be happy with that.
I think Tevin Imlach won't be happy with that.
Look
considering
at this.
That was called buys. I think that should have been called wides. Have a look at this. No chance.
You know, the deviation was so huge on that. I thought he had gotten an edge. I thought he had actually flicked at it.
The ball has been moving a lot after going past the batter as well. This is what we're talking about, that consistency, maybe that pressure being relieved slightly.
I like the crowd on hand. Nikhil spoke about it early on. It's pretty decent, given the fact that the Leeward Islands are not involved.
Yes. I was expecting maybe a few more Guyanese fans, but maybe they'll come in as the game progresses.
players need to see? Bombs on the sea?
Yeah, I think we would have had better crowds here had the game started on maybe a Thursday, a Friday.
Very strange this season.
Yeah,
All games started on a Sunday.
Yeah. You know, if you start the game on a Thursday, that gives the spectators at least 2 to 3 days in which to get in and have a look. Quite a few in enjoying the local cuisine.
There's a lot to enjoy. Recently I was in your neck of the woods.
Where's my neck of the woods?
Charlie Beach.
Okay.
I was told you the minute. Whipped away powerfully, and that's 4. Authoritative there from Gooley.
Yeah, just a bit too straight that from now, Smith.
Yep. End of the over.
Half volley on leg stump. It's going to be put away.
Yep.
That races down the hill here.
So I'm going to leave you for the moment. The boss of Oystins is coming along.
Going to have another commentary change here. Brings Nikhil Uttam Chandani into the microphone.
.41 in 18 overs. It's been quite the change in approach from the Red Force, probably benefiting from that early fortitude that Cooper and Gooley showed. They were 7 for 1 after 10, Mali. So that means in the last 8 overs, things have shifted significantly. 32 runs, made that 34 runs in the last 8 overs. And the main majority of the runs have come off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. And Gooley drove him down the ground and pulled him in consecutive deliveries. And it's forced Imlat to be different with his field. So now he's got a leg slip in place for Cephas Cooper. And Joseph still attacking that straighter line with a deep fine leg in place, and also a couple fielders close in on the leg side.
What it does tell me, though, is that Shamar Joseph isn't quite on top of his game. As you said, he's conceded the majority of the runs post that 10th over. 23 of 5.1. And for me, he hasn't honed in on a line and length. Seems to be searching or hunting for wickets. A bit too much for my liking.
If he can get his outswinger going, maybe at a slightly shorter length, because that is really a driving length, and Cooper may be disappointed with no cover fielder. He wasn't able to capitalize, but yeah, they've got to stop the bleeding somehow, the Harp Eagles, because this partnership has matured quite nicely. You wonder how long before they go to one of their spin options, maybe a Jonathan Van Lang with his medium pace, or probably the tightest of all the seamers we've seen so far has been Kimo Paul. Does he come back at some stage?
Do they introduce spin? Because you know, if it seems, it spins as well, Nikhil. Great Shane Wan said that. Seen a bit of seam movement there. Have a look at that. That just touched down outside the off stump. Moved away upon touching down. Still a little bit of moisture in this pitch.
It's amazing the way this game works. You look at the first 10 overs, you think they're completely on top of the Red Force, and it only takes a couple of shots. I think it was the 11th over, really, when a couple runs were scored off Shamar Joseph's bowling, and after that, between overs 10 and 15, they got 25, these two, so that's 5 runs and over, mainly from just pouncing on any boundary opportunities. And credit to Cephas Cooper, he would have had to battle early on in the day a ball that definitely bounced with variability and been struck on the thumb. He's been struck on his elbow, and just 12, but his resolve has allowed Jade Gooley to score quite freely at the other end.
He's actually looked the more assured of the pair. to be fair. Gooley is maybe finding his timing more recently. But Cooper's faced 64 deliveries. Showed a good defense. As he said, he's known where his off-stump's been. Just there, he gets a 4-1. Punches it down the ground. A bit of a chase this for Permar. Will he pull it in? No, it beats him. So Cooper, he now starting to find his timing. Maybe the pitch just starting to flatten out a bit here on day one.
Yeah, certainly missing his length, Shamar Joseph. Very full. And credit to Cephas Cooper as well. And able to pounce on that with quite an attacking field set behind the bat. It means that there are opportunities in front to score.
Yeah, it was the stride as well. It was the way he transferred the weight onto that front foot. Just an extension of that forward defensive. And that's what I mean when I say it's just been a bit haphazard, a bit impatient from Shamar Joseph. Once again, just 2 lengths, either full or short.
46 for 1 after 19. Beautiful day for action here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Remember, this is the grand finale. 2 teams battling. Guyana would have had a direct qualification into the final after comprehensively dominating the Winter Islands Volcanoes in the group stages. And even after being under some pressure against the West Indies Academy, still proving what a strong side they are. The Fred Force, well, they've had to work a bit harder. Finished in the top 3, but meant that they had to battle in a playoff game at Coolidge here in Antigua against the Barbados Pride and ended up winning that, and now they're in the final.
Yeah, they are, and hunting their first title in 20 years. Will it be the Red Force victorious at the end of the day? A lot of cricket to be played.
Just to remind viewers, a minimum of 76 overs must be bowled today. So you're looking at another 56 beyond this one. And if the Red Force are still batting at the end of this day, I think they'll be quite pleased, given the way it started, the fact that they lost the toss, and it wasn't easy to bat early.
Definitely not. Don't think it's easy to bat now. I think Harpy Eagles have probably just let their foot off the gas slightly in the last few overs. Still quite tough for batting if they can get the ball in the right areas here. Not too short. Look to pitch the ball up, but hit that length. Slightly fuller length. Once again, a bit leg side-ish from Niall Smith. Umpire Butler says not out.
So about 50 minutes, Mali, until the tea interval. And if you're this partnership, you think about batting the duration of this session, but the longer you bat, the more opportunities become available to score. You think the more Imlat maybe goes away from a few attacking fielders, spreads the field a bit more, opportunity for singles. So Cephas Cooper has done a lot of hard work here.
I see here he gets a bit lucky, that inside edge. Maybe for the first time today, just getting those hands a bit too far away from his body, creating that gap in between bat and pad, but luckily for him, taking the inside edge.
Even for Gooley this season, double figures in 4 out of 5 innings, but his highest score has been 51.
51, yeah.
So he's gotten a lot of starts, 36, 33, 14, and now at 20. And you think you're doing all of that hard work. It wasn't easy to start. Ball was swinging, some variable bounce. You've invested the time at the crease. You got yourself in. And I suppose that's always the tough balance, because Jade Gooley is someone that likes to score. So there's always a bit of risk associated with the way he plays. But can you overcome that and find another 100? He's got 3 first-class hundreds and 4 50s. So the conversion is there.
Definitely is. I think the truncated season would have a lot to do with that. If you think back to the last couple seasons of first-class cricket in the West Indies, I think it's 2 of the better seasons that we would have had in a long time. 2 rounds, ended with a Headley Weeks series as well. I think it was no coincidence the West Indies would have picked up wins away from home against Pakistan, against Australia. It's just something for the bigger bosses to think about. No one actually gets better playing less cricket.
Very full. And maybe doing too much in terms of missing that leg stump. It was a full toss. It almost surprised Jed Gooley.
Almost motioning to his partner that he didn't see that one. Lost sight of that full bonger from Niall Smith. I think that was a lot closer than I initially thought. Jed Gooley reminds me a lot of Yannick Correa, to be fair. Maybe a more taller, muscular version.
Got 58 against Guyana last year, and it was this man, Niall Smith, removed him. Caught that slip, so that would be at the back of his mind. Some stretching from Gudakesh Moti. Only a matter of time before one of those 2 spinners, if not both, come into the attack.
Leading wicket taker in this 4-day championship so far, Gudakesh Moti.
47 for 1 after 20 overs.
Yeah, Nikhil Gudakesh Moti, 24 wickets in the 2026 4-day championship so far. A best of 6 for 73, averaging under 13, 12.83. He's got 2 5-wicket hauls in that time as well. So he's been right on top of his game. And as you said, they both well in partnerships. Uncharacteristically, Vesami Parmar maybe not quite in the same wicket-take-it form, but he's still been very good.
Yeah, it's been Richie Lukenath. He's had part to play the off-spin option, not in the team today. And Imlach still sticking with Shamar Joseph, who's now in the 7th over of this spell. He's been expensive, gone for 28 runs at just under 5 runs and over. They've maybe sensed that he's the best man to create some issue for Cephas Cooper, and that leg slip is still in place. So does he attack with that straighter line that we've seen in the previous couple of overs? They've got him this time. Imlach's resilience and decision to stick with Joseph pays off. That is a huge clash. Cooper crestfallen.
Yeah, he is. You can see the disappointment on his face. He'd done so much hard work, Cephas Cooper, but he was undone by a fantastic delivery from Shamar Joseph. That's the professional line and length that we were speaking about, Nikhil. Slightly fuller, just outside that off stump. Not sure whether to play or leave. In the corridor, as the great Jeff Boycott would say, taking the outside edge. Cooper has to go. The 2nd wicket down for the Red Force. Joseph picks up his first. It's 47 for 2.
.39-year-old Jason Mohammed into his final first-class game of what has been an illustrious career, 111 matches, 1700s at this level. But this season, it's been quiet. It's just 70 runs in the 4 matches. And you feel like if there was ever a day where it was cut out for Jason Mohammed to get runs, it would be a day like today.
Well, you got to think he's got some credit in the bank in this Red Force setup, hasn't he? As you said, it's been a lean season for the man affectionately known as Shadow. It's someone I've always had a lot of time for. He's been a class player at the first class level. His final first class appearance at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. What a better way for him to score some runs, and hopefully his team can get up and win their first championship in 20 years. But he's going to be up against it here with the man Shamar Joseph. We know what he's like if he can get on a run.
And 4 of his 5 dismissals this season to pace. So the seamers have got him caught behind a number of deliveries, edge to slip, edge to the keeper. And Joseph will be hoping to find a similar length. Yeah, it was the length, but the line may be a touch too wide.
Get a short leg in. You've got to get a short leg in. You've got to crowd him at this stage. Matthew Nandu, it looks like in that mid-wicket region. Get the helmet on.
Yeah, look at the wicket again, and probably off the back of pressure building. But it just came out of nowhere. Cooper had played that ball a number of times and had missed. This time, though, it just bites off the edge.
It's also what makes a bowler such as Shamar Joseph as dangerous as he is at times. It's that inconsistency. Maybe just sprays a couple, maybe down the leg side a bit, but then out of the blue he'll just produce a delivery such as that.
I wonder if it just angled in.
It did.
And then left.
And there was a bit of bounce as well.
Short leg in play, right of screen. Very straight again from Joseph, who oversteps. Don't think it was going to be out anyway, but he's disappointed. I wonder if he feels it was out.
I'm not so sure. I think that was just sneaking past the leg stump. But his, second no ball here today, Shamar Joseph. Once again, just needs to hone in on that area outside the off stump, looking to produce the in-swinger this time. Just use the conditions. Let the pitch do the work. You land that ball on off stump, just outside. Make the pitch and the breeze do the work into the right-hander. Then you have the natural variation where it just holds, such as that. Even a bit of outswing. Luring Mohammed into a shot wide of his off stump, something that he wouldn't normally play at.
And he's not one to usually in-swing the ball, Malian viewers. When he gets the ball to go back into the right hand, it's usually off the pitch.
Seam.
You think definitely he's got to be the wind, and maybe I'm going to find out at the end of today if he's holding that ball angling towards fine leg. And they're guessing, not really sure which way the ball is moving in the air and off the pitch.
Oh. That's a nasty one. That's really seamed in, as you said, Nikhil. Off the pitch, a bit of seam movement into the right-handed Mohammed, making himself a big target.
Yeah, that one definitely the scramble seam. You can just see it come out the hand, the wobble in the seam, and hence pitching on maybe 4 stump and finishing top of leg.
I'd get that fine leg into a leg slip in this position at this stage.
Yeah, I think you could sacrifice a boundary.
Definitely. Just there, camping on that back foot was Mohammed. It's over-pitch delivery, but both feet were in the crease. He's away in his final first-class appearance.
Something I think about a lot, Mali, is if Shamar Joseph, who's done so much work on that Yorker recently with the diet of T20 cricket he's played, sometimes, especially to someone like a Mohammed who's tentative and you know doesn't really press forward, can he just slip one in?
Exactly. This is where the white ball skills can transfer to the longer format. You think back to the great Curtly Ambrose and how devastating his Yorker was. Big Bird Guyana as well.
Courtney Walsh's slower ball.
Slower ball. Nah, that's pitched just outside leg, I think. Maybe a bit of bounce as well.
It definitely hit him, I think, just underneath the knee roll. Wonder if it just stayed down from that length, but where it pitched was the issue. Easy decision for Carl Tuckett. He may have just pitched outside, and it's actually quite high. I was wrong initially. It's actually above the knee roll, in a thigh pad. But a lot happening in that 21st over, 49 for 2.
Chemo ball 7 to Sally. He's back now.
It is the final of the 2026 West Indies Championship. And good to see some support out for West Indies cricket. Of course, a big summer coming up for the West Indies. 4 tests, number of white ball series against New Zealand, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, throughout the region, so do join us for those. But for now, focus on the West Indies Championship. And Kimo Paul was pick of the bowlers so far. 7 overs this morning, 1 for 5, or should I say this afternoon. And he's back now for a second spell, replacing Niall Smith.
Yeah, bowled over 30, about 30 odd dot deliveries in that first spell. This is what we were talking about in terms of how Imlach will use these bowlers, how he'll manage to rotate them, keep them going, especially in these conditions in which suit fast bowling.
What was it like, Mali? I've seen a lot of stretching from Jason Mohammed. What was it like for you and batters to sit for so long? 20 overs, you would have been watching Cephas Cooper and Jade Cooley go about things, and then to be out of nowhere called upon and have to come out here now and back in the heat.
Yeah, it takes a bit of adjustment. You know, something you wouldn't think about is adjusting to the light. You're sitting in a dugout, or maybe you're in the dressing room, you're watching on TV or whatever. It's a darker environment. Then you step out onto the outfield and everything just brightens up. Takes the eyes some time to get adjusted to that change in light, especially on a bright sunny day such as this.
Yeah, Mohammed definitely not getting forward, so hence the length from the Harper Eagles to start has been a touch fuller than where they've operated during the day.
They've played a lot of cricket against each other, haven't they, over the years? They would have known Jason Mohammed's weaknesses and his strength. You know, just a bit early in his innings, especially when he's not at his most confident, his feet don't move.
22nd first last game for Mohammed against the Harper Eagles. He's got 300s and 550s and an average of 36.
Bit more cloud cover here at the stadium now. As you said, that breeze east to west, just blowing those clouds across.
You know, another thing, Mali, is, and we've spoken a bit about Tevin Imlat's captaincy today in his field setting, but the decision to stick with Shamar Joseph, and I know people in hindsight will say, you know, it's an easy one because he's a test bowler, but 5 overs for 28 runs, other captains would have pulled him. He stuck with him for that 6th over, knowing that really and truly he can produce a magic delivery or a few. And that last over really did show why it was such a good decision for Imlat to stick with him.
Exactly. As you said, they probably would have been thinking he's not at his best, let's give him a rest, bring him back a bit later. But as you said, what he possesses is that ability to produce wicket-taking deliveries, even when he isn't at his best. And with that, you've got to just give that as much time as possible, especially in a final.
Yeah, lovely shot. Excellently placed from Jason Mohammed, and again full in length from Kimo Paul, but this time able to maximize and capitalize. 50 comes up, 53 for 2.
I think you'd see from this shot, both feet were still in the crease. Have a look at this. Didn't really move his feet, but the head position. His head positioning was superb. Got that head forward. Allowed him to transfer the weight positively. And he brings up his first 4. That should give him the world of confidence now, Mohammed. It's a very dangerous player.
Yeah, some discussion between Imlak, Shamar Joseph and Moti. And this is always the tough part because Shamar Joseph is both 7 overs of this spell. We know him to be an extremely fit person, but you want to manage his workload. But the fact that he just got a wicket, Imlak will be wanting him to bowl to the new batter, Mohammed, that's just come to the crease. So it's a balance, and he's into his 8th over. It's not cold out there, folks. It's quite hot, even with the breeze.
Yeah, it is. And it's what you ask of the modern day fast bowler, to be honest. Got to be able to sustain your speeds throughout your spell, throughout the day. Be able to bowl 2 and 3 spells. Keep your speeds consistent. Try and stay incisive. Try and stay penetrative throughout the day, whether it's with new ball or old. I think the Sir Vivian Richards Stadiums offers up the opportunity for reverse swing as well as the game progresses. Especially with the outfield being as dry as it is. Once again, another batter hit on the gloves. Extra bounce. This time it's the left-handed Ghoulie.
I've seen it a couple of times today. It tells you about the variability and bounce of the surface. And still, the Red Force are 53 for 2, and they'll think they're in a decent position going into that tea time interval as it will continue to get more placid throughout the day.
Yeah, I think the Harpy Eagles wouldn't be too disappointed as well. If they can get through this Red Force batting lineup and see themselves in at some point tomorrow, when I think batting conditions will be the best, or near its best.
Yeah, definitely some extra bounce there from the surface, which has been hard to predict, but I was making the point earlier today, that last game they played here, 27 wickets fell, every single one of them taken by the seamers. Calvin Pittman got 6, Jaden Sears got a 7 for, Anderson Phillip a 6 for.
I'll tell you what though, something about this game is telling me that it may be a first innings seamer friendly sort of occasion, but the spinners will come into the game in the second innings. I really believe that. Remains to be seen, a lot of cricket to be played. But both attacks very well balanced. Very well balanced indeed. He's overstepped on a few occasions here. This on day 1, Shamar Joseph, his 3rd no ball of his spell. Still good pace and carry through though.
A few bowlers bowling from this end have spoken about having the wind to the back, and sometimes how that can be off-putting.
Maybe you're just slightly fighting the wind a bit more, causing you to overstride, maybe get to the crease a bit too quickly. He's a constant threat, even though he's not at his best. We haven't seen him anywhere near his best here today.
That time definitely keeping low. He's just bouncing on the way to having him lack. So
Is that the first time we've seen that today? Yeah, carrying through on the bounce.
he's caught a lot of balls in and around the head area, which tells you the carry's been good. Unless it was maybe a change of pace from Shamar Joseph.
And if you are going to see that from anyone, you are going to see it from Shamar Joseph. Slightly more stocky, as we said, delivers with a lower arm. Quick through the air. Won't get that extravagant bounce. Could take that one.
54 for 2.
Imlak diving away to his right. And it has been quite tricky for the wicketkeeper here today with the amount of swing on offer after the ball has gone past the batters. See that a lot in England, especially early in the English season. I remember Shane Dowrich, the former Barbados Pride wicketkeeper, towards the end of his career, just struggling a little bit with balls swinging late, especially late after going past the batter.
Shamar Joseph just going off the field. Probably the end of his spell.
I think so, you're right.
Kimo Paul continuing. If you're these two in the middle, Red Force batters, you've got to be thinking about that T interval and not exposing a new batter in. It's currently 2:43 p.m. local time. T is 3:10. So maybe another 25 minutes or so.
Just a quick mention on Kimo Paul. He's also looking quite strong and fit. He's had his injury issues as well over the past couple of years. Sporting a afro these days.
I think could actually be a big year for him. You've seen the CPL draft results and the fact that he's now at the Jamaica franchise. They've invested quite heavily in him, so he'll have more responsibility than he did in previous seasons with the Amazon Warriors. Think about him playing the red ball format again. He was part of the Super 50 team last season. I still don't think he's even 30 yet, man. I'm just going to check his age. I don't think he's even 30 years old yet. So there's a lot of time for him.
So he'll be the same generation as Alzari Joseph and Shamar Springer and that team that would have won that under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, 28 years old.
Yeah.
He's definitely been very disciplined. Probably the most disciplined of the bowlers, with Nell Smith similarly disciplined, and he's been able to use that both ways movement well.
And the most skillful, you're right. Discipline and skill on show. I think for me, what separates him is that consistent strong wrist. At least this season, you're seeing it. You're seeing it on show here today as well. Very much in control of that wrist snap. Which tends to get him a bit extra pace and swing as well at times.
Position from Jason Mohammed to play that ball.
He does get into unorthodox positions at times. Was one of those batters a la Marlon Samuels who would love to clear that front leg. Just there, he's worn that one on the body, almost parried onto his stumps as well. So a lot happening when Jason Mohammed's on strike.
It's the ball that just comes back into the right-hander, which you're seeing rarely from Kimo Paul, used as the change-up. But when he's gone to it, this is the second time now. One was against Cephas Cooper. Got him pronounced deviation off the pitch. Almost hit the side of Mohammed and went into the stump. So fortunate.
That area, it's like the third or fourth time we've seen Mohammed hit on the body so far. He's faced 17 deliveries. Seems to be a bit of a blind spot for him in that area. Just when the ball is pitched on that body line. 24 overs gone. 55 for 2.
Back for a third spell now, Smith, from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, at the end that he began the day, getting that inward movement into the right-hander, and still no spin in the first quarter of the day. Trying to maximize that new ball and some variable bounce on offer. And short leg. Just maybe holding in the surface as it got to Mohammed, who was through the shot early.
What this also illustrates as well, the way that Tim Imlach has utilized his fast bowlers, is the importance of having genuine all-rounders in a team. Once again, didn't really get up that delivery.
I actually wonder if that was a leg cutter from Niall Smith. Maybe just broke his wrist at the last second, and hence
like a slower bouncer.
Took a while to get to him. Yeah, for Jid Gully, no short leg, so they've used it against the newer batters and just the 2 slips and gully. Wow, yeah, definitely some carry there. Which makes me think, you go back to that last delivery we were wondering with the Shamar Joseph one, Mali. I think that had to be a slower ball. It's a pity we didn't get to see that again, but haven't really seen many balls
die that way, yeah. It's been predominantly pace and carry. The wicketkeeper's been, apart from the extra swing, it's been pretty comfortable.
Yeah, interesting that Imlach has opted to have an extra field outside the circle on the boundary. He's got a deep point in addition to that deep backward square that he's had from the onset. Haven't seen Gully play the cut too much today. He's left the ball well, both on line and length. Jid Gully, and you think sometimes on a pitch like this, where batters don't trust the bounce, that can be tough, but he's left well, he's looked competent in these first 54 deliveries. The key, though, is to convert. He's gotten starts this season and hasn't converted any of them into that big score.
What a better occasion than a final in which to do so, though.
And it would also be a statement, maybe going into next season and going forward, that 3 is his position, because they've searched for the best position to get the most out of Jid Gully. He's batted 6 last year, opened the batting, even batted at 3. So,
to be fair, the majority of these territorial or franchises are struggling to find a consistent number 3s. I don't know if you've noticed that. You've seen that in the Leeward Islands setup as well. Quite a few players being put in that position in just the 3 games. Justin Greaves at one point, Jewel Andrew, and also I think Casey Carty. So it's been a real problem position for the West Indies. to be fair, it could be said that batting has been a real problem throughout, but number 3 in particular, you see a lot of franchises around the region really struggling to find that number 3 batter.
We have looked for the Yorker, and good on Jason Mohammed. Second time that they've overpitched to him. He's capitalized.
Yes, went searching there, did now Smith. Once again, quite helpful conditions. That's a poor delivery for me. Very poor indeed. A bit of swing, but swung straight into the middle of Jason Mohammed's bat. Eight boundaries here today so far. This rate now 2.51, so it's creeping up towards 3. Tells you the Red Force are starting to feel a lot more comfortable at the crease. There again in the gap. Chase for Permal. He'll get there.
And lovely from Mohammed, urging Guli to come back for the third as well. And now this will just force Imlat to maybe get a bit more defensive with the field, which is what the Red Force want. More opportunities to score. You already see that deep point in place.
What that also does, it allows this partnership to build a bit of momentum as well. With the rotation of strike. Just as a batter, you start feeling better about yourself. You know, that natural body heat. The senses start really intensifying. You just start getting to grips with the competition.
Lavish and well struck from Jid Guli, who's continuing to grow in confidence, much like the Red Force.
Yeah, it was aerial. It was aerial for a little while. Probably had his heart in his mouth a little bit, Jid Guli. Just going past that fielder at mid-off. As he said, expansive through the offside. So run scoring just becoming a lot more easy, or maybe a little easier for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just want to build a foundation here, especially with what's to come. He said the main engine room of this batting has been Joshua De Silva and Amir Jangu. Cooper came to the party in the playoff. Just want to keep building this foundation.
"15 minutes to the tea interval. And Kimo Paul continuing. 10 runs conceded in 9 overs. It's been special to watch and see his discipline. Jason Mohammed, though, off to a good start. It's been a quiet season, just 70 runs in 4 matches, which has been uncharacteristic.
Oh, it's a beauty! He's nicked him off. What a nut that is. Kimo Paul. As we said, that strong wrist action on show once again. An absolute peach. Jason Mohammed, he's like, wow. Would have done well to get a nick on this one. Have a look at this, Nick.
It's definitely a reward for Kimo Paul. He's operated on that length all day. And he's never really gone away from what's worked. And with prolific away movement as well, Jason Mohammed's quiet season continues. Probably not what the Red Force needed going into the tea interval. They lose their third, 69 for 3.
It's a massive wicket, that. Huge wicket. Jason Mohammed was starting to look a lot more comfortable at the crease. Started to find the boundaries. Played a couple good-looking drives. As he said, it brings Amir Jangu to the crease, a player who's really improved in the last few seasons. Would have been playing for the Leeward Islands for a few seasons prior to going back to the Red Force franchise. He's a valuable performer for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as well, but he's really upped his game since then. He's gone to a different level. He's made his international debut. ODI 100 on debut versus Bangladesh in St. Kitts. Since then, he's found the international opportunities a little harder to come by, but definitely he's backed up a good season last season with yet another one. Big double 100 versus the Leeward Islands in that first encounter.
Yeah, 203 against the Leewards and following it up with 13, 83, 41, and 19 in the next 4 innings. This is a huge knock for Amir Jangu, given the position of the team and where this game lies. Came a long way outside off stump and more movement, this time into the left-hander.
Yeah, he did. Got outside that off stump. Have a look at that. Advanced slightly as well. So interesting tactics this from Amir Jangu. Maybe looking to get to the pitch of Kemo Paul. He's realized Kemo Paul has been almost metronomic with his lines and lengths. Just there again, advancing.
Yeah, he's in 2 deliveries, getting outside the line of off stump and also trying to come down the pitch to negate the swing. Something we haven't really seen from many of the TNT batters to start the day.
I think that's one way you can look to do that. It's high risk though for me. I think you got to be looking to play the ball as late as possible.
He's also starting a long way outside the crease, Jangu.
He's bowled him. He's bowled him inside edge. No ball called though. The outstretched hand of Dayton Butler signals a no ball. So from ecstasy to somewhat devastation for Kemo Paul. Another fantastic delivery, good movement, inwards. Not sure whether to leave or play. Jangu survives, Nick.
It's a huge moment in the game, folks. 25 and a half overs in. How will we look back on this moment, maybe on day 4? Would have felt 2 emotions right away, Jangu. Shock and then jubilation. Again, more inward movement, and this time doesn't come down the pitch.
That's better. That's the best one he's played so far. This one he just allowed to come to him. Played it really late. Yes, he was on the front foot, but played it under his eyes. It's again the no balls just starting to creep in for the Harpy Eagles. This one, a wicket-taking delivery. Kemo Paul's robbed himself of another wicket here today. Good wrist once again. Have a look at that.
Third time in a row that Jangu just came down the pitch. Came off the arm and then onto the bat. Onto the stumps. But reprieve, huge reprieve for someone that's got over 350 runs this season. That could be such a huge moment in this game.
It's massive.
This is some battle as well. Going into the tea break. Don't move a muscle, folks. 70 for 3.
And it must be said, Nikhil, after a somewhat disappointing or even underwhelming start to the day, this match has really turned into a firecracker. It's been good, intense stuff. Both teams, you could tell, really won it. Early, it was the Harpy Eagles landing punch after punch. The Red Force soaked up that pressure, looked to apply pressure back on. For me, it's just in the balance. No team really in the ascendancy. 70 for 3. Maybe the Red Force will be the slightly happy of the two. Not sure.
Would have said that before
that third wicket, yeah. think I agree with you. 70 for 2, the Red Force would, probably be the happier of the two teams, but that third wicket has really opened things up. I think the question now for Tevin Imlach, how long does he keep Kemo Paul going into his second spell, bowled 7 in his first?
There are only 10 minutes to tea, so probably a couple of overs at most, maybe just one more needed from Kemo Paul, and they'll be hoping that Django can be on strike for that Kemo Paul over, given what we've seen in the previous one. Amazing that 26 overs in and the ball is still swinging the way it is.
It is.
Now Smith is walking back to his mark gingerly. I noticed this in the last over as well. I wonder if he's just struggling with whether it be cramp or some injury, some niggle. Hasn't looked the most confident as he makes the walk back to his mark. The run-up is fine.
Yeah, they need a bit more from him. Definitely need a bit more from him in this situation right now. Just like that. Have a look at that. That's what he can produce. But for me, he doesn't produce it consistently enough. Now Smith. Just touching down on that off stump. Tends to be the type of bowler that kisses the pitch, doesn't he? Doesn't hit the deck as hard as he possibly can. And at times when he kisses the deck, the ball just touches down, gathers a bit of pace and bounce.
Another ball that's gone past the outside edge.
How many times? A
bit of confusion there. Django wasn't sure about the single, but Gooley was going to the danger end. He called him through, and had he picked up cleanly there, could have been interesting.
Yeah, another Red Force batter that doesn't look comfortable when the ball's pitched on the body. Have a look at this. Have a look at that. Yeah, almost took his eye off the ball at the last second, Amir Django. Saw Jason Mohammed just get into some unorthodox positions at times when the ball was on that body line. Oh, nicked off, caught! He's produced it. We did say Niall Smith needed to produce something for his team, and boy has he produced a gem of a delivery. Not sure if it was glove, if it was bat, doesn't matter. Jid Gooley has to go for 26. Smith picks up his first. Have a look at this, Nick.
The Guyana Harper Eagles have come alive in the last 15 minutes, and it's at the perfect time. Maybe just rose off of that length, but it's been the operation into that discipline area that has produced the results. Kemo Paul, Shamar Joseph briefly, and now Niall Smith. Opening session for the Seamers. Gooley goes for 26 after all that hard work. Another start. And it brings Captain Joshua De Silva to the middle. So the skipper walks in with his team in some trouble. At 70 for 2. Now they find themselves 73 for 4. And Joshua De Silva has had a good season. Most runs this year. Double 100 in that previous game against the Leeward Islands. At Coolidge. A lot of talk about him potentially returning to the test team. But this will be an innings where you'll have to show that resolve required at the test level, because his team are in some trouble.
Yeah, his team is in some trouble here. That fourth wicket has really just tipped the scales in the favor of the Harpy Eagles. Can they live up to their name, though? Can they go for the kill here, the Harpy Eagles?
Would you believe it? It is 2-2. And the tournament leading run scorer, the captain, dismissed. First ball, what a 15 minutes for the Guyana Harper Eagles. De Silva is in shock.
absolute peach once again. Niall Smith has found it. And this is 9th over. He's complaining about something, but he's got to go. I think it's just the extra bounce. Have a look at this again. Looking to play into the onside. Didn't really bounce as extravagantly as I thought at first. Maybe just looking to play in the onside when he should have been looking to play a bit straighter. Taking the outside edge. He has to go for a duck. So as you said, the standout batter, the regional championship 4-day 2026 has to go. And the Harpy Eagles are on top. No doubt about it.
From 70 for 2 to 73 for 5, folks. That's how quickly this game can change. And the Harpy Eagles have stayed in it. They've been proactive with their field setting. Imlak has just used his 3 seamers. As successful as Moti and Pramal have been, he stuck with his seamers and gotten a real result. De Silva is livid. Don't think that had much to do with the surface, though.
I don't think so either.
And it's a very smart catch at that gully position. Sometimes you forget about the catch, but excellently taken.
Kevlin Anderson once again. His second very sharp catch indeed. Harpy Eagles have caught superbly here on day 1. We did say, can they live up to the name? Can they go for the kill? That was a massive, massive wicket in the grand scheme of things. Could have been even better had Kimopal not overstepped.
And Terrence Hines has come to the middle, man with the first class 100. So we are seeing that depth from the Red Force. They're going to have to show it today. 73 for 5 and the end of the over. 74 for 5, correction.
Yeah, Terrence Hines coming in at number 7. This Red Force lineup, bringing up his maiden first-class century earlier in this season versus the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, this was the goalie wicket. Caught first at slip. Good catch. The catching has been really good from the Harpy Eagles throughout the day. Then Joshua De Silva following. Excellently judged and taken by Kevlin Anderson. And look at the Harpy Eagles, how they've come back into this game. You thought in that partnership between Cephas Cooper and Jid Gooley, the Red Force were on top, scoring quickly between overs, maybe 10 and 20. Just in the distance, the ground staff making their way towards the covers. Hopefully that stays away. I think it may have actually started the rain, and yeah, players are just scurrying off. Don't worry though, folks, because the wind has been so high today, we don't anticipate that it'll be too threatening. But for the Red Force, you wouldn't want this surface to be exposed to any more moisture.
No, not at all. But I think it's come at the right time for the Red Force, just stopping that Harpy Eagles momentum.
And there'll probably be the tea break as well. Just a minute to go before tea, so it would be... Yeah, what an eventful session. They were 70 for 2, folks. They now find themselves, the Red Force, 74 for 5, without the captain, De Silva, able to bat, without Jid Gooley. And, of course, losing Cephas Cooper as well. So, eventful opening session of the West Indies Championship is why you've got to keep your eyes peeled to the action, because things can change in a heartbeat. All right, we'll take a short break, folks, about 20 minutes or so, and be back once the rain subsides for the third session of the day, the post-tea session. Do stay with us.
Well, welcome back. We back here after tea, and timing is so important in life. There was a slight drizzle that took us off. We didn't lose any time, but Trinidad and Tobago in a spot of bother, or even more. As I say, a very good afternoon to Nikhil. Good afternoon, Nikhil.
What an eventful 2 overs it was before the tea break, Vinod, and full credit must go to the Harpy Eagles, the way their bowlers have operated. They've won the first 27 overs of this game. To have a quality batting lineup, half the side removed for just 74. Yes, they've got a bit of assistance from the surface, but the main thing is you've got to maximize conditions. They've done that, and they'll be hoping for more in this session.
Here's Paul. Tentative push there by the all-rounder. Of course, Daryl Hines will, a lot depending on him. And of course, Django at the other end. But you always get this feeling on this track, Nikhil, that there's one with your name on it.
Yeah, and it's why we were talking about earlier, you probably need to maximize, like Jed Gooley had done early in the innings, on the loose deliveries.
Again, right on spot. One thing the Guyanese bowlers have done well is that they have bowled in good areas. They've kept up the pressure. At no point during the play so far today, you thought that Trinidad and Tobago had it easy.
Five for 3 they lost in those 2 overs before that tea break. They were 69 for 2. Imagine with 3 overs to go, you're thinking you get in there 70 for 2, you're on top. Instead, it's become 74 for 5.
Yep, what a spell. Change has really changed things up, and now they're on the back foot. I'm looking at the eastern side of the ground and I'm seeing clouds building. I don't think we've had the last interruption today. Paul has been good today. We've got a sucker there from the all-rounder and a direct hit from Moti. Now there's a chance at the non-striker's end. And Hines wanted to, rightfully sent back there by Django.
But if you are the Red Force, you've got to take inspiration from the fact that you've been here, you've been in some of these positions before. And look at that run-out chance. You got a foot to it, probably would have got there in the end. But the last time they played here against the Leewards, they were 69 for 6 and ended up getting to 175 through some resilience from their lower order. Seals, Phillip chipped in. Joshua De Silva fought his way to 36. You still got Amir Django there. And you've got a lot of batting to come. Remember, they're playing Joshua James today, the extra batter to help. So you've got to believe that you can still get close to 200, if not more, and really fight your way to a total.
You want to think 240, 250 could be competitive here.
And Terrence Hines got a 50 in that previous game against the Barbados Pride, and of course got that 100 in the opening game of the season alongside Amir Django, who got the double. That was a game at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yep, different surface, different situation. The final pressure is on. Cutting. And that's going to go into the boundary now for 4.
You just wonder if the approach at the break would have been a bit more proactive from the Red Force batters, given what we've seen on show. So when you get a wide delivery like that, with this field set, got full license to go after it. I wonder if Riyad Emirates has almost shifted the strategy in the first session compared to this one.
I'll tell you something, whether or not he's shifted it or not, Terrence Hines, for one, is going to play the one way he knows, and he's going to attack it once he gets the opportunity. And Django has always shown that he can put away the bad ball. Is that Mali played the violin? .79 for 5. Smith with its rather long run up. I said it. He's going to play one way and one way alone.
Yeah, ouch. I wonder if that just struck him on the elbow or maybe the hip region.
Have a look.
Shamar Joseph will be excited by what he's seen in the last half an hour or so.
It seems to be on the side, on the hip region.
Good reward though for Nell Smith. His first 2 spells today, not much happened. I think none for 6 in 5 overs, and then he came back for a 3-over burst, none for 5. Now the bowlers may have got frustrated. He just continued to operate on that length. Stayed patient.
Again, it's almost an action replay.
And this, I wonder how this impacts Imlac's field setting, because he's got that short leg in play. After seeing those couple of shots, as the ground staff are rushing towards the covers again. What is going on today, Vinod?
Yeah, as I was saying, Nikhil, I don't think it'll be the last interruption for today. But as is always the case in Antigua.
But they're usually quite short bursts.
Short, yeah, short and sharp. So I think we may just take a short break again, and we'll be right back. Well, welcome back. And after a short, sharp shower, we're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with Trinidad and Tobago tottering at 79 for 5. Let's get the thoughts of Nikhil.
I was just making the point now, Smith, before the rain interval. I think he's going to be really pleased with the body of work today. Used in short spells, none for 1. 1 run conceded in the first 4 overs bowled. Then he came back for 3 overs, none for 5. But the real reward came in the 2 overs before tea, 2 for 17. That's been the reward. And can he get some more after tea?
Even for the Yorker. Given the fact that Hines, and that's going to be 5 runs. Untidy there.
Yeah, it was Moti with the throw at mid-on. You wonder if that was necessary. Yes, it was a quick single, but by time he got to the ball, Django was pretty much already in the crease. And it was a wayward throw as well.
So we lost 8 minutes to the Elements. And they've now cut 2 overs out of the 76 that we were supposed to have today. I think we'll struggle to get it anywhere close to that, Nikhil.
I think 6 p.m. is the cutoff, so maybe another 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. And this will be the wicket for the Harper Eagles. Amir Django, he's shown already the ability to really dig in and take a game away from a team. They had a chance to get in. They had him bowled on 0 when Kimo Paul overstepped before tea.
Oh, that's a beauty! Smith has produced a gem.
It's been the day of Niall Smith, really. And just how funny life works, Vinod. Had that previous delivery, which went for the 4 overthrows, you think had Moti been on strike, not Moti, Moti was the thrower, had Terence Hines been on strike, maybe this would never have happened. But Niall Smith again using that angle from around the wicket and still movement on offer. It's been a challenging surface to bat on, and the Red Force in some serious trouble. 84 for 6.
Yeah, you spoke of the fact that the importance of having Amir Django at this point in time, when he received the peach, I tell you. Harry Pear, who scored a vital 64 against Barbados in the playoffs, he's coming in now. And you always think that there's a special ball with your name on it on this track. Take nothing away from the track or the bowling here. But that last wicket, it was just excellent. He just put it down in the right area. He's getting the ball to swing prodigiously. And he got the rewards. The catching has also been very good.
Yeah, it brings Kerry Peer to the crease. And now the Red Force are in emergency mode. You've got more powerful players to come in. These two in Joshua James. Now we may even see more of that aggressive approach. How this game has changed so quickly. When Cephas Copa and Jade Gooley were batting here about 2 hours ago, folks, you thought the Red Force were on par for 300 plus. 69 for 2 to 84 for 6. And not a single ball of spin has been bowled, as we've seen the trend here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Losing 4 wickets for the addition of 15 runs, and 4 of those 15 came via overthrows. Smith reserving his best for the finals here.
There's been a lot said about the surface and the variability in bounce, Vinod, but you've also got to credit the Harper Eagles. A lot of these deliveries are on a length and that in-between length. So it's encouraged the Red Force batters into maybe some indecision, and again Django coming down the pitch, something that had him in trouble early on in the innings, and maybe some bit of grass, that grass covering on the surface, assisting the ball with that lateral movement as well.
Yeah, there was definitely lateral movement, and that is what took the edge. Loud appeal. Tuckett is unmoved. End of the over, 84 for 6.
Yeah, and for those watching earlier today, they would have remembered Amir Django, Vinod, coming down the pitch. The first 3 deliveries he faced was coming down the pitch. Then he, after being bowled by Kimo Paul, he put it away. He just remained stationary at the crease. But interesting that to start after the break, he began walking again, like we saw on the wicket ball. Coming down the pitch, and some batters prefer to do it to negate the swing, and other batters prefer to stay in the crease and react. And after lunch, it's not Kimo Paul, it is going to be Shamar Joseph, so a change of ends for Joseph. This was the wicket though. And just look at the feet of Django. Takes one step in playing the ball on the move, and in the end, lovely length. maybe just pulls it back slightly when he sees Django coming down the pitch.
Yeah, it's always dangerous to play the ball on the move like that because obviously with all the movement, Django couldn't tell where his off stump was, so he was going to play at anything. Short delivery to start with.
And this for me is Imlak going for the kill. Understanding the nature of the batters and those to come, not wanting to play around with it and give maybe a Terrence Hines a slower chemo pull. He goes to the pace of Shamar Joseph. He bowled an 8-over spell to start. And I wonder how much he can ramp it up now as he works his way into his second spell post-T.
Well, he's definitely going to try and see if he can dislodge one or two of these guys. Terrence Hines is going to give him that opportunity as well because he's going to play his shots. Harry Pierre may still be a little more subdued.
One thing I've enjoyed, Vinod, during today's play, watching on the YouTube stream are a lot of diehard and native Red Force and Harper Eagles fans. A lot of arguments going on in the comments, and the Red Force fans are telling the Guyanese, don't laugh too long because Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip have got a ball as well.
Yep. Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, I remember saying earlier in the season, it's the most formidable opening attack that Trinidad and Tobago has produced since Ian Bishop and Anthony Gray.
He asked De Silva about them at the toss. He said best in the Caribbean. That's all the words he used.
Well, you'll hope that they can live up to that today. But, you know, you feel good for West Indies cricket when there's that sort of fight, that sort of battle amongst the fast bowlers. I heard you mention something earlier today, and with the home series coming up, the test matches and stuff, West Indies need to win, you said. And it's critical because right now they're languishing at the bottom of the test standings. It's always good that Darren Sammy, coach of the West Indies team, can pick really good fast bowlers.
Shamar Joseph just having some groin tightness for that last delivery. It's probably the one area where the West Indies have got the most reserve, the fast bowling department.
Yeah.
And you think about the Antigua and Azari Joseph expected to come back after a long recovery period. So you've got Joseph's, and Seals, of course. And you get an Anderson Phillip in there. They've trialed OJ Shields in New Zealand. They've got some decisions to make in terms of what combination they go with. And the first two tests are here.
Now, he has been labeled something of a white ball bowler, but I like Ford. I think there's value in playing Ford as your all-rounder.
Would have liked to see him this season, Matthew Ford, in the first class setup after what was an impressive maiden year in 2025 in the red ball format. He got 100, I remember. I think it was at Kensington Oval that won the Barbados Pride the game. But of course, with that ability to swing the ball both ways, had he been here on show for Barbados, who knows the difference it could have made. And maybe they could have been in this final, but opting to take some time off after long schedules and the T20 World Cup.
Down the leg side. He's kicking himself that he didn't get a little tickle just to take it away from Imlak, who's been good today. One of these two needs to probably eke out a half century or so. Here, Trinidad and Tobago somehow needs to probably get up to around 200 from this position, 180 to 200. Just to go back a bit, Nikhil, and to speak about the prowess of Seals and Phillip bowling together. And I made comparisons to your good friend Ian and Anthony Gray. For Trinidad and Tobago, that would have been the most potent opening attack when they were operating together. And it took quite a while to get back to this sort of partnership with the opening bowlers. There was a Shannon Gabriel, but the partnership of having these someone just as good at the other end just wasn't happening.
Maybe Gabriel and Roach, the closest I could remember. But you've
I'm
been around much longer than me.
But I'm speaking about Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago. And
they definitely make each other better. You could tell. And it's almost similar to Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals when they've operated in the test format in recent times. But anytime this man goes off the field, there will be concern from a West Indian perspective with so much cricket to come this summer. So I hope he's okay. He had some groin stiffness. He was doing some stretching before he going off the field.
yeah, one hopes that he's okay. He's critical in that home series coming up.
You've been around for so long, Vinod. Where do the Seals and Joseph combination, or I know it's quite early in their test sojourn, but what potential do they have? Can they emulate maybe a Walsh and Ambrose? Can they emulate the greats and the great duos?
I think so. I think once they're managed properly, because Nikhil, these days so much cricket, they need to be managed properly. And once I think they're managed properly, I think they will be definitely along those lines and will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. If you look at it right now, the West Indies could produce 4 fast bowlers of repute in a test match. Smith. Oh, Hines goes with this. And it goes all the way for 6. Fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, Terrence Hines has made his mind up quite early in this innings that he's going to be aggressive. With such a challenging period of bowling the last 5 overs, he's decided he's going to try to put the pressure back onto Guyana and now force the hand of Imlat. What does he do with the field? Because he's already instituted an extra fielder on the leg side coming up on the right of your screen. So he's got those 2 fielders square, maintaining the short leg, maintaining the slips, and mid-on is going to stay inside the circle. So now Hines has the option to go again, and maybe if you're Niall Smith, you don't mind that. If you can get your length right, probably in the game in terms of a wicket.
That is where I think he wants him. I think in a situation like this, you want him to drive. Let him go through the offside, probably park the slip cordon with one more man, have 4 slips, and give him the drive.
Yeah, first innings, so important in games of this nature. Remember, if the game was to be drawn, which probably is unlikely given 93 for 6, but let's say you never know, with rain around in the Caribbean, with a Sir Vivian Richards surface that could flatten out as we go through the game, you want to get the first innings points to almost give you that slight advantage both in the game and in the result. So every run matters, each decision matters, long on goes back.
Remember, in a situation where, let's say, the game ends in a draw, whoever takes first innings will be crowned champions. You look back at, and you look at the field right now, there's a man posted down at a wide-ish long leg, and then square leg right back on the boundary.
It's amazing what one shot can do as well. That short leg in Nandu has also gone out. So those 3 boundary riders now right of screen, and no short leg. Slips still remain.
Now he can double bluff him here and pitch it up outside the off stump.
And maybe just in hindsight, I know Django was dismissed coming down the pitch, but that effort to be a bit proactive when the ball is doing so much off a length, and you see Terrence Hines doing it now. I wonder if the top 6 will reflect on, could we have done anything else to maybe push the Guyanese fast bowlers off of their length and maybe push Imlat to make another decision, maybe going to one of his spinners or someone else.
Probably Evan Lewis early on playing his natural game. But as you say, it's a lot. And it's in hindsight, no pun intended. There's Django.
That was a
Can't
good
be
one.
happy.
I just got that one, but no, that was a good one. In hindsight. You didn't intend the pun.
Trinidad and Tobago. Anderson Phillip could hold his own as well. Jaden Seals this season. The low order has dug deep for the Red Force, as we saw in the game where Red Force played Barbados in the qualifier, in the playoff. Evan Lewis, he spoke of Evan Lewis. Seems to be in a jolly mood though. And those two guys, we spoke about Seals and Phillip and their bowling prowess. Today, Trinidad and Tobago will need their batting prowess.
And I wonder about the man right of screen, Joshua James. Because on this pitch where we've seen that variability and bounce, but also the ball being so hard to play off length, you wonder with his extra height, how much of a difficulty he can be to the Harpy Eagles batters who are not very tall in stature. And that's a long way down the line. For now, it'll be the man that represents the Demerara Cricket Club, Jonathan Van Lang, vice captain of the West Indies Under-19 World Cup team. Been doing a lot of work on his fitness. This is a huge... Our whole life has changed. I mean, he would have been watching the 4-day season at home, then called up for that game against the West Indies Academy. 100 on debut and couldn't drop him. He's here now and has a chance to add to the good work of the three seamers.
Yeah, he's in the finals now, and of course, one hopes that a big occasion doesn't get to him, and he can just keep it basic, keep it simple, and do his thing. Now it's going to be Hines, and if you have a look at the field, there is of course long leg right back, and a man 3/4 of the way down the square leg area. Oh, Hines will kick himself there. That was short and wide, a real loosener. Chandapal posted on the point boundary.
And the benefits of having one batter who can put pressure on opposition at the crease. They'll come in now for Carey Pear, but for Terence Hines, 5 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. So hence the opportunities to score much greater from a Red Force perspective.
So the attacking field comes back into play now. Carey Pear on strike. Slashed away, and that's 4. When you get a bad delivery, you have to put it away.
It'll test the Harpy Eagles now and the ability to be clinical. Having a team 6 down, they were so good going into tea, and a loosener from Van Lang to begin his spell. Fully maximized by Carey Pear.
Sammy's back and he's pulling well. That'll go all the way with the strong wind here. That's 6 runs.
And this was hitting with the swing from Carey Pear because Van Lang much slower than the other seamers, and hence that ball is still relatively new. Getting the ball to swing and move laterally significantly inward to the left-handed Pear. He's happy to pull with it.
With a lack of pace, bat speed came into the equation there. He's able to get it over the ropes. Important runs here, Nikhil, from these two. I think they've spoken and they've decided to play their shots.
And you think if you can scratch your way to 175, 200, that's competitive.
Yeah.
With the bowling attack that you possess, that's more than competitive, and a lot of batting still to come.
Is in some sort of form, but a half century against a very good Barbadian attack coming into this match.
There'll be real concern from Tevin Imlach and the Harpy Eagles about Shamar Joseph, who's gone off the field and just bowled that 1 over post tee. If you lose him for the match, you're significantly hampered in terms of your bowling resources, and you're probably asking your spinners to do a lot more work with maybe a Van Lang.
And with the international cricket just right around the corner, you wouldn't want to risk it. But this is a title on the line, and we know just how serious Guyana takes their cricket. So Van Lang has to pick up the slack, so to speak. Is asking a lot of him. This is just his second game.
But you think these will be the matches that will go a long way in his development? Jonathan Van Leyen, the way he has come into a team with a lot of seniority, a lot of experience, and to play a game with so much on the line will be huge for him.
Played it nicely. Just a single. End of the over. It's 106 for 6. And Nicola, I'm going to take a short break, and the man from Jolly Beach is here.
End of 32 overs. It's been all the Harpy Eagles to start the 2026 West Indies Championship. It will be Niall Smith continuing. 3 wickets and the most of any bowler for the day. Mally Richards alongside Carey Pear and Hines. This partnership developing well.
Yeah, it's been a timely contribution this from Niall Smith. You were saying he was probably the seamer who was maybe a little underperforming in these conditions. But cometh the hour, cometh the man, and he's just delivered with that quick burst. 3 wickets, he's ripped out the spine of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup. That delivery to De Silva as well, in particular, massive wicket that. Top run scorer. And as you said, all of a sudden, 107 for 6, it's the Harpy Eagles in the ascendancy from 70 for 2.
Just to show you how quickly the game can change and why every over, every ball matters in this championship final. When we were on Mali, at the end of 25 overs, folks, they were 69 for 2 and cruising. The next 5 overs, they lost 4 wickets for 18 runs. And that was, of course, on the either side of the tea break. So just shows you the benefit as a team of staying in the game. Imlat would have been continuously reiterating that they were 1 wicket away, and it opened up an end and changed the game and the complexion of this final massively.
But it would be foolish for the Harpy Eagles to relax in this situation, as you said. With Hines and Pierre at the crease, this partnership beginning to build. We know how dangerous Terence Hines can be. We saw with that massive 6 over long on. Almost against the run of play. It's a confident batter at this stage. Bringing up his maiden first class century this season. Would have played for the West Indies as well not too long ago. Terence Hines in the T20 format. So he's a player with international experience. And with the way he plays, he can take, if he spends any like a considerable amount of time at the crease, he can really take the game away from you. So job not done yet for the Harpy Eagles.
And you think for both of these players who have been in and around West Indies setups, Carey Pear obviously more recently, these are the things that can sometimes separate you from another player. So let's take, for example, Carey Pear. His play in the test team might be between Warwican, Moti, Pear. Sometimes the differentiating factor might be who can bat better if you can't see much in terms of separating them with balls. So getting runs in these situations, especially in a final, but if you can dig your team out of a hole and end up winning the game or completing the win for the championship, those are the knocks that are remembered and could make a difference down the line.
Bit of inward movement there. Misfield from Nandu in mid-wicket. They get through for a single, you're right. These little things that separate players. Caribbean valuable lower order batter. Maybe not his most prolific season with ball in hand, but he's still been good for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Loves his basketball, man. Did you know that?
I didn't know. He's a massive basketball fan.
And good at basketball as well.
Is he?
We play sometimes when they go to Trinidad.
Oh, yeah?
So you scrimmage.
Wait. So you're saying you're a good basketball player too?
I don't know if I'm good,
Okay.
but I
You're-
play the sport.
You're tall. We'll say that. That's what I mean. Anything just slightly over pitched. Terrence, I think he thought that was going to go to the boundary. It plugged upon landing in the outfield. They only get 2 runs in the end.
Much quicker scoring, though, since this partnership has come together. 111 for 6.
Doubt it. Like you mentioned the basketball. Have you been following the NBA playoffs much? Or?
Yeah, I have. It's been quite fascinating.
It has, yeah.
The way things have boiled down.
Western Conference Final.
Maybe a game 7 today.
Cleveland Cavaliers and the Detroit Pistons are vying for their place in the Eastern Conference Final.
Of course, Sir Curtly Ambrose also loves his basketball.
You know that.
Kimo Paul operating from the opposite end to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he's back now. So we've seen 2 1-over spells from that Sir Andy Roberts end. And Paul, who's been by far the best bowler from there, is back.
I think he's been the best bowler overall so far today.
Definitely continuously gotten that inward movement.
Yeah, the most consistent. Kimo Paul. Now Smith's most recent spell, probably his best. Maybe the spell of the match so far, this bowling innings. It's Kimo Paul showing good fitness here. I anticipate he'll probably look to bowl the rest of this day. Once again honing in outside that off stump, honing in on the stumps and the pads, putting pressure on that defense of Caribbean.
That's not music. Somebody's just buying it. It's going to be an intriguing afternoon, folks. Do not move muscle. Whether these 2 in the lower order can put up some resistance, or we see Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip attack the Harper Eagles openers. Lovely delivery. Partnership up to 27 now, Malian viewers, and they've only been together for 5 overs, so they're almost going at a run a ball, these 2.
It's almost a counter-attack here by this pair. I think they've made up their minds that they're going to look to put bat on ball. They probably think that one of these deliveries have their name on it at some point. So they're looking to make hay till then.
Been quite smart, though, the way that they've gone about things. Terrence Hines has really only gone after the ball and has targeted areas that are vacant. So down the ground with mid-on and mid-off, up, Imlak being aggressive. He's waited on the right length to hit there. Other than that, he's been quite happy to play low-risk cricket and just rotate strike.
Yeah, you're right. He's shown the pair has shown really good situational awareness. He's waited for the ball to be right up in his hitting arc. That's when he's really taken the aerial option. Seems to be struggling with a little bit of cramp here, Chemo Paul. I did mention he's been going. He's just his 12th over, but he's bowled long spells. His first spell was a 7-over spell. So he's just getting stretched out. Hot day, they would have lost a lot of fluid. It's very important to fluid intake prior to a match. Some think it's about keeping your body refreshed during the match. Yes, but you've got to put that water in before.
Yeah, Physio Angelica Holder's been busy today, and again, all of this is maybe a knock-on effect of Shamar Joseph being off the field and maybe unable to bowl his spell. It meant that Chemo Paul had to come back a touch sooner.
Came back after tea with heavy strapping on his elbow, didn't he, Shamar Joseph? It's good to see him still out there. But that's never a good sign as a fast bowler, is it? When you see the heavy strapping on the elbow. That's something you used to see plague a Dale Stein. It's what's kept out Jofra Archer for a couple of years out of international cricket as well. Good to see him back, gotten over his elbow issues.
And bowling very quickly as well, Mali. How long before Imlak Jari, just thinking ahead before he goes to spin, does he need to go to spin at all? Happy to just rotate the seamers and try to wrap this up?
I think with what we're seeing here from Chemo Paul, I think it's sooner rather than later, to be honest. I think they've given Van Lang the opportunity. But what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, well, this pair have done very well, is they've sensed that opportunity and they look to put pressure on the young man. So that's forced Imlak to now maybe just pull him out, give the ball to his more experienced campaigner. But his body's just starting to let him down slightly here towards the back end of day one. He's gonna go off.
And you wonder if that was why they went Van Lang over Rishi Lukna for that extra seam option. So if he's not offering you much with his seam bowling, then it means you really only have the three pacers and two front-line spinners.
Yeah. And that's what we were saying. I was saying earlier in the day, it shows the importance of having genuine all-rounders in your team, be it spin bowling options or fast bowling options, seam bowling options. It really allows you to balance your team, play an extra batter, extra bowler, whatever, depending on the conditions.
They had Kevlon Anderson bowling both pace and spin last season, so maybe that's an option. There's Tejaran Chandapal, there's Matthew Nandu, but all part-time options.
That's why genuine all-rounders are such a valued commodity. Think back to the great South African teams or the great South African all-rounder Jacques Kallis, and just how valuable it was having a player who could fulfill those two roles as well as he did. Arguably the best all-rounder that we've seen in the international game. Arguable. It's alongside Sagari. I think Sagari Sobers maybe just nicks it, but Jack Callis definitely has a say in that. We think back to Freddie Flintoff as well. Who are some of the modern players in that same vein? Oh, just needed that one to stick.
First ball from Versami Promal, who finishes the over, almost produced the wicket. 111 for 6.
I can't call that one a chance, though.
Reminder, we were trying to get 76 overs in for the day. We've only got 34s maybe because of how much pace has been bowled and also the few rain interruptions we've had. Definitely was an opportunity for, I think it's Matthew Nandu at that short leg position. Couldn't hold on.
Yeah, it was hit quite firmly.
With Kimo Paul off the field, Shamar Joseph struggling with some groin tightness. It means Niall Smith continues for 13th over.
Yeah, and it's asking something of Niall Smith. Once again, he's come to the party with those 3 wickets. But here again, they're asking him for a bit more. Can you produce something else here for your team?
Nobody really at deep, fine leg. Man is quite square. I'm surprised Terence Hines didn't have a swing at that. He opted to leave it just on hip height because there's a lot of acreage behind square leg side. If you can just get any bat on that.
Looks like Tajan Chandapal in that backward square leg position. He's just there for a top edge. One that Hines can't quite get on top of. He gets on top of that one, chops it into the offside. Going to come back for 2. Imlak's very disappointed with his young charge there in Van Lang. Just a little slow to react. He's slow in getting off that cover boundary.
Short delivery, probably the first one we've seen all day from Niall Smith. Terence Hines disappointed. They've got all the protection out on the leg side with just that deep point. So trying to balance Imlak, the aggression, and still trying to be in the hunt for wickets with also containment in having those fielders on placed on the boundary.
I did like the line of that short ball from Niall Smith. Terence Hines opting to go for the pull rather than the cut. With that deep backward square leg in Tajan Chandapal in position. Goes short again, but opts to just get under this one. I think he's best served to just let those go. Wide signal. Ooh. Ooh. Harsh, Nick. Harsh indeed.
I like the aggression though from Niall Smith, and sometimes you don't always see it, this short ball plan. It's not, of course, not easy for bowlers to execute. It takes a lot of effort, but sometimes when partnership is building, you just need that point of difference. And maybe with the field set as it is, maybe get that short leg back in, but that short ball plan, if you can get the line right, it could be an option to Terence Hines, who will take you on and pull.
Also the height. He's got to get it high enough. Out to the reach of the batter where he's not in control. That's where the top edge comes into play. But Hines is dangerous. He's definitely a dangerous customer here.
The longer these two bat, the more it'll frustrate the Harper Eagles. They'll be thinking about that position that they had them in, 88 for 6, and think we should have wrapped things up by now, if not have them 8 or 9 down. Chance, not enough for Morty to take the catch, but enough for Terence Hines to find a maximum. That is so courageous with long on in place.
That's the word there, courageous indeed. Just got enough of that one, Terence Hines. Moti thought he was in with a chance, but in the end, especially with this breeze blowing across east to west, it just aided that ball in just eluding the long-on fielder.
And after 3 deliveries at body, line, and going short, I wonder if that was the change-up to try and get him maybe thinking a short ball was coming. Again, unnecessary from the Harpy Eagles and more frustration. Anderson throws it at the stumps, it ricochets, and they get a couple of runs out of nowhere. 11 runs from the over, 1-2-2 for 6. So from 87 for 6 after 30 overs, they've got 35 runs in the last 5. And it's been through some positive cricket being played by Terence Hines, who's raced away to 29 in no time and been well supported by Kerry Peer as well.
Yeah, it's all about composure here. Which team can keep their composure under pressure? Just seeing it start to slip slightly in that last over from the Harpy Eagles. Maybe just starting to press a bit too much. Go searching for wickets. But we're going to have a change from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Spin for the first time today via Sami Parmal.
Yeah, Parmal finished Vikimo Paul over. Keep an eye out for any hint of turn off the pitch. Still has that harder ball to deal with, only 35 overs old. And now this is a challenge for Imlat, who's been quite proactive in his decision making today. But how do you wrap this up with a resolute tail and not only a low order that's going to bat, but they score quite quickly? And Joshua James still to come. And there's still Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, who have all contributed with bat in hand this season.
We're going to need every ounce of contribution from those players going forward. So I was saying it's all about composure, especially for the Harpy Eagles. They've got to stay calm, hold their composure enough in which to execute effectively.
Short leg in place to start. I'm seeing this field that long on though. Just thinking about the career of Kerry Peer, I don't know him to be someone who hits down the ground often. Even if you want that fielder for Terence Hines, can you maybe get him in to build a bit more pressure? I more know Kerry Peer to be a player that accesses the region square of the wicket, likes the cuts, he'll sweep occasionally. But if he's taking you on over mid-on for 4 or 6, by all means you're happy to go down that way.
Especially with the way Parmal has started here. He's more into the pitch, isn't he? He isn't giving the ball too much flight. Just there.
End of 36 overs, 1-2-4 for 6. Over is gone, 1-2-4 for 6. And we've seen spin for the first time today from one end. We're going to see it from both. Gulikesh Moti, 24 wickets, folks, in 3 games. At least 4 wickets in 4 out of 5 innings this season. And you think about the fact he's missed the last 2 test series. Well, a performance in this game and could put him in the reckoning for a return to the West Indies test team.
Yeah, 2 5-wicket hauls in that span, as you mentioned, Nick. Left arm spin twins in action. In effect, they've been the engine room of their bowling attack. And just like that, he picks up his 25th. Wicket number 25 to Gudakesh Moti. Not his best delivery. Almost a long hop. Terence Hines, he'll be very disappointed with that. He has to go for 29. And the 7th wicket is down now for the Red Force.
Yeah.
Just 124 on the board, Vinod.
Yeah, I don't think Terrell Hines will want to see that again.
Could have hit that anywhere.
Anywhere. And after fighting back, a robust 29 of 24 that included 2 sixes, he has to go. Look at this. Oh my. Soft. And he has to go. So 7 down. And you know, you could understand the disappointment. You could see him just trudging off the field there, Mali. What might be going through his mind?
It's just dejection. He worked so hard. He was leading almost a counter-attacking charge for the Red Force. You could tell he was full of confidence, having brought up his maiden first-class 100 this season, just a couple matches ago versus the Leeward Islands.
You think in hindsight he shouldn't have played that shot?
Yeah, pun intended. In hindsight, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, it's looking back now, you'd say maybe just a bit more conviction in the stroke.
But here comes a man now who could handle himself with the bat. Now, he was more of a batsman who could have bowled. Now he's more of a bowler who can bat.
Wow.
So he will want to remember that he can bat and fight through. He's another one with forthright methods. Boy from Tobago.
Big boy from Tobago.
He's had a long association with Antigua Falcons.
He has. He's was a member of the West Indies Academy as well for a few seasons.
Nice.
Joshua James.
Good reach.
So he's played a lot of his cricket here in Antigua. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
What do you think would be the approach of Carrie Pear? Do you think he would play the same way?
Be interesting to see. I think he'll definitely look to score when presented with the opportunity.
That is what you have to do
Yeah,
on tracks like these, because one is going to come with your name on it.
And it's when we probably saw the most assured batting from the Trinidad Red Force, when they were really able to apply pressure on. Wasn't for long enough, but Hines and Pear.
Yeah, they were able to put the pressure back on the Guyanese.
Big turn. We did say if it seams, it spins as well.
Pear would be anxious to see that.
But look at this.
Should the game go deep,
Bit of bounce.
Trinidad will be bowling last. This time he's forcing it through the offside. This will find its way very close to the boundary and should get there now.
Looked like the Chinaman delivery that from Gudakesh Moti.
He has added that. Deep in his crease, they carry Pear.
It's good batting. Just needed to get it in the gap. Race down the hill. That's what we were talking about. Have a look at the strike rate of Terence Hines. He's 29 of 25. You haven't seen many batters score at that rate here today.
Yeah, he was able to put the pressure back. He was quite right in saying that for a short period, though. And when he did, you could have seen that the Guyanese were found wanting in that short period.
Yes.
Especially with the fact that Shamar is not 100% and also Paul was out.
Paul's been suffering with a few cramps, it seems like. Hot day. Quite humid, a lot of fluid loss. Especially for the fast bowlers.
It's back pulling. Kevin Anderson reel it in and they just take one. Now, leg binds. He batted a lot higher for the academy, James. There is batting pedigree. He just needs to believe in himself here now. It's a situation where he has to take his eyes off the scoreboard and play each ball on its merit.
Yeah, he's one of those players we were talking about a bit earlier, one with genuine all-round ability. If he can develop in the right way and kick on like you would hope he can.
And here's Pierre. That's out of here. In the zone, so to speak. And he just took his hands through the shot.
I think that's Nikhil got his answer to his question there. In terms of why does Permar have a long on? That's why. Allowed to free the arms outside that off stump, but in that natural swinging arc to that wideish long on region.
You being the avid golfer that you are, you would be impressed with that.
Yeah, it was almost like a golf stroke with the extravagant finish.
Yeah. Well, your good friend Sean Devers has just messaged to say that Moti in the under 15s as he cuts it away for 4. That's an excellent shot on the 15 level.
Oh, wow. So he's always possessed that wrist spinning ability.
Lovely shot there.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Carry Pierre. Picking up where Terence Hines left off. He'd love to still see Terence Hines at the other end with him.
Another 40 here, and they could fight. They could fight at 180 to 200 here, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Something to also keep in mind, if they were to bowl out this Red Force team pretty soon, that would mean that also in these same conditions, they'll give an opportunity to Seals and Anderson with a new ball in hand. We know how devastating they've been so far in the 2026 championship.
Yeah, they've been good, haven't they? I was remarking to, as the over comes in 140 for 7, I was remarking to Nikhil that if I go back in terms of a lethal opening pair for Trinidad and Tobago, I have to go right back to Ian Bishop and Anthony Gray.
Wow, to rival this pair.
To rival this pair.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. And especially this season, having watched Anderson Phillip in particular,
I'm impressed.
He's definitely elevated his game.
Yeah.
His bowling has gone to another level. There are a few
definitely.
seasons I was wondering, I'm not so sure about this
just
one.
He's just staying all of a sudden.
But this season he's at the top of his game, and what he's added to me is just moving the ball a bit more consistently.
You made an absolutely brilliant point. He's backing away through the gap. That's 4. It was short. He was able to deal with it off the back foot. You made an absolutely brilliant point earlier on today when you said that it's all about doing the right things consistently. And he has started to do that, Anderson Phillip. He's also forged such a close relationship with Jaden Seals because they live just one village apart. One is at California in Central Trinidad, and one is at Milton in Central Trinidad.
So that's pretty close. Okay.
Both of them would have done a lot of work at the Kumar Rampat Cricket Academy, and the National Cricket Center is close by as well. And both of them would have done a lot of work with the former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler Kelvin Williams.
Okay.
Driving straight down the ground. They go back for 2. So I'm getting the impression here, Marley, that young James is just feeding off the confidence of Carey Pear.
Especially when the ball's in his area. It's a big, tall, strapping lad. Big, long reach as well. Possesses good power. Just there, you see that reach on show. Just getting out to smother that one from Gudakesh Moti.
And what will be challenging now is that Moti will have to bowl 2 different lengths to each man.
Exactly. Each batter poses a different challenge.
Still, the ball is chomping a bit in certain areas.
It is just biting, spitting a little bit, as they'd say. Gudakesh Moti is a bowler that looks to extract as much spin as he can.
Well, I've never faced him, but I'm getting the impression he's one of those spinners when they bowl, you hear the ball singing through the air.
I've only ever experienced that on 2 occasions in my life. And they were both Sri Lankan spinners. Obviously,
Murali?
Murali, yeah.
How you managed?
That was unbelievable. Just hear. Luckily, I wasn't facing him at the time. But just hearing the ball fizz up, it was like, wow. And there was another one. They had another leg spinner at the time called Malinga Bandara.
Yeah.
Who also, when he let it go, you heard it go. And I was like, wow. This is some different type of spin bowling here,
Yeah,
indeed.
Just recently, I heard one of the Australian batters spoke of Murali and that ball zinging through the air.
Really?
Yeah.
It was Murali, that was amazing to watch, and also Lassis Malinga.
Sammy's down the trap, and he's going over the top. It has the legs, and that's 6.
Big 6 that. Once again, maybe just a little ear presented by Vesami Permal. Something you don't see too often, advancing from Carry Pier. He obviously trusts his eye.
And that golf swing comes into action again.
Yeah, that flair, that flourish, extravagant flourish at the end.
Carry, he's now top scored, 57 or 58. Normally, do you think that guys like Evan Lewis, who's in the Trinidad ranks, will take cue from these guys in the second innings and play their natural game?
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. I mean, it was tough early on, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely tougher.
Yeah, for the opening batters. Slightly easier now, but what a delivery that is through the gate. Has that taken anything? No, it hasn't. I thought for a second he would have snuck through and bowled him.
Dighton Butler thinks.
What?
No.
Have a look at this. Through the gate. A bit of pad, to be fair.
Leg before shot. Sweeping. And sweeping well. There's protection down there.
Looks like Chandapal.
Yep.
He's also had a pretty good season, hasn't he? Tejnarayan Chandapal. Questions being asked under a bit of pressure. I think he's come back well in this first class season. I think there's no doubt now that going into the test series, he'll probably be one of the opening batters selected, especially based on his performances.
After the half century that he got against the Windies in the last preliminary round game, he said at the interview that he was trying to find fluency. He then batted a lot more fluent in the second innings and got 100. And from then you can see the pressure easing on him.
I think you're always at your best, regardless of what style of player you are. I think you're always at your best, especially as a batter, when you're looking to score. It puts you in the best position, even in which to defend.
Yeah, yeah. But let's get back to your time with Murali. How difficult you feared it was, because you were left-handed.
I was left-handed. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to face him at the time.
Oh, okay.
He was coming to the end of a spell.
Did
I was out there.
Did you run yourself out?
No, I didn't. I was there. I was still there. Chaminda Vas was the one that managed to deal with me. You know what I mean? He was just seaming it all around corners, especially in England.
Yeah.
On those seaming tracks. It's very difficult indeed. But yeah, Murali, it was amazing to hear. To hear the ball. That's the thing.
Talk about making the ball speak.
And I tell you what else ran on my mind after this delivery. It also put into perspective just how great a player of spin Brian Lara was.
Yeah.
When the you know what I mean? The way he would tackle both Juan and Muralitharan, the two premier spinners actually in the history of the game.
Yeah. I think in one series in Sri Lanka he scored 600 runs.
Yes, and the way he hit against the spin as well.
Yeah, I remember him being left-handed.
Yeah.
What is this? Caripé pulls out the reverse sweep. So go back for 2.
And I think that's something Shane Wan always spoke about, was Lara's ability to hit against this spin and find gaps that weren't there.
Yeah, but again, we go back to everything being mental. You know, Lara once asked the Trinidad and Tobago batsman who remains unnamed after this delivery, I'll tell you. Driving expansively, finds cover.
He got away with that one.
And he asked the batsman, what do you do when you go out to bat? He said, well, I take my guard. He said, what do you do after that? He said, I look to see where the fielders are. And Lara said, that is where you went wrong. You look to see where the gaps are.
Yeah, that's where you're looking to hit the ball, not to the fielders,
because
right?
if you look where the gaps are, it shows me intent to score. Simple as that. It shows me intent to score if you're looking at to find the gaps. And the end of the over, 155 for 7. That reverse sweep that Carey pulled out. What is the master's thoughts about these reverse sweep? Because in my conversation with him, he told me he absolutely hated the sweep shot.
I think he's come around now, especially being on the franchise circuit and the way the game has actually evolved. Being around, especially with his work in the PSL, Quetta Gladiators.
He loves the PSL.
Yeah, he sees that dexterity often. So he's actually come around to the notion that the modern player, that's just the way the game has evolved.
Yeah, because he told me that in his time. And if you really go back, he said he hated to play the sweep. He said
he wasn't a sweeper personally.
He said
You're
he would
right.
get up
You're
and
right.
he'd rather punch it down the ground.
Right. That was more his style, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think back, you don't see him playing the sweep shot too often.
But the man loves the PSL setup. He told me that what he also loves is the attitude of the young cricketers coming through.
Yes.
Man say he can't get to sleep.
And the
They'll
culture.
be knocking the doors at night just to have cricket conversations with the legend.
The cricketing culture down there, it's almost rabid. Similar to India. The way that the fans really take to the game and adore the players.
I'll give you a funny story about that after this delivery. Pair is on 40 or 47. Trinidad and Tobago glued to the situation. And he has to go. He's out caught.
Massive wicket.
For a moment there, from our vantage point, I thought that the ball had actually dropped before it slipped. But Pair has to go for 40 every time Trinidad and Tobago builds this a mini partnership.
And
what
then
Guyana has done well is to strike back.
Yeah, they've taken wickets at regular intervals, have the Guyanese.
Look at this.
This is Permal. His 12th wicket of the season so far. And how well have they caught in the slip region?
Kimo Paul, very sharp.
Kevlin Anderson took 2 sharp catches. But he has to go.
Yeah, this position, they'll be happy to get up to 180. So it gives me time to give you the story. Remember West Indies versus Pakistan. And it was the first time that the West Indies were playing a pink ball test match. It was out in Dubai. And the great man was there. He was doing television commentary on the lift. Every day he would organize a ride for me to get back to my hotel with the television set up, the vehicles coming to pick them up. So we went downstairs and some guys rushed him to get his autograph. So he looked at me, he said, Vino boy, the day they don't come, that's when it's a problem. So I'm telling myself, did we forget how the fans in this region are? By the 3rd test match in Sharjah, he was pushing them away.
I mean, that's what we were talking about, the way that those people, the culture, it's the culture to love the game in the way that they do.
I remember in the 3rd test match, he was just pushing them away. And one friend of mine who was actually from India working in Sharjah came along and asked me if he can get a picture with a great man. So I said, Master, I have a friend who wants a picture. He looks at me, Vino man, you too with this thing. So the fans there, and they adore our cricketers.
Yeah, man.
So it's going to be Permal to continue.
They do yearn, a lot of the fans around the world, they yearn for a competitive West Indian team.
Yeah, it's everyone's second team, isn't it?
Definitely.
And, whatever those guys did, Sir Viv, Sir Clive and the lot, and you would know this, Marley, up until today when you go to those countries and they realize you're involved in cricket, because of the legacy that those guys left, they treat you like royalty.
I think it's fair to say that it's where the actual brand of what we want as West Indian cricket to be was established.
Yeah, yeah,
During that period
yeah.
of dominance.
But I'm seeing, and batting continues to be our greatest bugbear, because, you know, Nikhil and I at length just now discussed a very formidable four-prong piece attack that the West Indies could put on the park right now.
I remember we were almost coming full circle. It was my first stint in the commentary booth was during the last time Sri Lanka were here in 2021,
Yeah.
I think. And a lot was being made of the fast bowling unit. It was Roach, Joseph.
Gabriel would have been there.
Was Gabriel there? I think he
He
was.
got I think he got 6 wickets.
Yeah,
in that,
yeah.
6 or 7, yeah.
There's a lot being made of that four-prong attack almost.
Beaten twice there. James trying to play on the up through the offside.
Didn't quite carry. Just past the outstretched hand. It's like
tell you.
Matthew Nandu in second slip.
Tell you something, Carrie Pierre will be licking his chops, looking at the turn being generated outside there. And it's not slow turn.
No,
And
it's
that's
not.
the key.
It's
not.
not.
Slow turn.
They found the right pace for the conditions here.
This one sneaks in between bat and pad, takes the inner edge and goes down. Marley likes to call that a French
A
cut.
French cut.
And it goes for 4, does it? Yep.
It does.
Tuck it. Signals a 4.
Welcome runs this for the Red Force. They'll take them any way they can get them at this stage.
Yep.
Can they eke closer and closer to 200, which I think with their bowling lineup, if conditions hold, could prove to be somewhat competitive.
This time he's going for the big shot and he's gone. He's not happy. But Moti gets wicket number 2. We'll have a look at that again. It's getting carried away a bit there, James. He's a big man, the man from Tobago. Asemali, the umpire, is in the best position.
He is in a better position than me. I'll say that. I'm not exactly behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that just looked like it may or could have been just sneaking down the leg side.
Yeah, I think that he's justified, James, in being disappointed. But Tuckett is in the right position. 162 for 9.
What an interesting game this
Yeah.
has been so far here
It's
today,
been
isn't it?
swinging.
It's been quite exciting stuff.
As I said before, you look at the score and you can't tell the excitement that it has provided if you're a true cricket fan.
I think what's been exciting is how the ball has been beating the bat on numerous occasions, and it's forced the batters in which to think how they can then apply pressure onto the bowlers. So you see the wicket again here. Gudakesh Moti maybe just starting on middle and leg, just continued going, maybe just clipping leg stump at the end of the day. Goes for the wrist spin option.
I think umpire Tuckett would have considered the fact that he was struck on the back leg as well. End of the over after 43. TNT Red Force 163 for 9.
Yeah, Jaden Seals as well. He possesses. He's not a rabbit, is he? He's not a bunny, as they would say. You don't really get too many bunnies in the modern game.
No, I think the advent of the T20 has changed all of that.
We've seen him in the test arena prove to be quite a tough batter in which to dismiss.
puts value to
on his wicket, yes.
That's so important. But you made a comment about the prowess of Brian Lara against spinners. Well, Sean Levers, not to be left out of the situation, he said that one also spoke highly of Carl Hooper. He wants me to remind you of that.
Well, Carl, I mean, it's a bit, it's different. You know what I mean? One goes, I don't think it goes hand in hand. Like if I speak about great spin players of spin in the West Indies, I think Brian Lara actually stands out.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely stands out against the best spinners on show.
Yep.
He was dominant. He wasn't just good, he was dominant. I think that was the difference.
That was the difference, yeah.
I think Carl Hooper was a fantastic player. He used his feet superbly. If you think back, I mean, I grew up, Carl Hooper was my favorite player as a young man growing up. You know, he's got that close relationship with Dad. As someone I watched very closely as well as a child. So
I think your dad really liked Hooper.
yeah, he did. He rated Carl Hooper highly.
Yeah, there was a story once. I was given a story by my good friend Philo Alfonso Wallace, who was serving as a 12th man in a test match once in Barbados. You know, back in the day, if the test wagon swings across the Antigua, they use one of the better young players in Antigua as a 12th man.
Yep.
So, well, emergency fields, man. Philo was in the dressing room, and Carl, of course, just after this delivery, dabbed away nicely. He had a single. Wants two, it's not there. So, because of their relationship, Carl would have asked Viv to borrow his bat. And of course, he would have obliged. Carl went out and made a duck. And Philo said, you can see Viv seating. And as Carl came back in, he said, young man, next time, you use your own tools.
Don't be putting that bad karma on my tools.
On my tools.
I could see that happening. I know Shiv, you know, and Chandapal in particular, if he had asked to use Shiv's bat, it would have been a no. Very superstitious in the way he went about his game.
Yeah. You remember Neil Mackenzie out of South Africa? Once there was a test match, I think it was in Pretoria. And apparently, the dressing room, after this delivery, right forward is Anderson. End of the over, 166 for 9. So I think they were just preparing the dressing room and, you know, sprucing up the venue before the test match. And they had painted the pavilion, the inside of the pavilion, and they forgot a ladder, a step ladder. And as he was walking out the bat, he forgot something, and he just rested the bat on the step ladder. He scored a double 100. He said since then he has been looking for step ladders in every pavilion.
Trying to recreate that over and over and over. Right?
Talk about superstition.
Yeah.
Did some of have that superstition?
Not that I can think of, but you have some guys who are like, if they wore a particular jock strap or whatever, and they did well, and they didn't happen to wash it prior, and they did well in that dirty jock strap, it'll stay dirty for as long as they, you know, that kind of superstition. They'll be like, oh, I'm not washing it because that would be bad luck.
Remember Steve O and the red rag?
That sort of thing, you know.
It's Moti. It's going a bit cloudy on the outside.
Yes.
One thing about beautiful Antigua, short and sharp showers.
Yes.
Groundsmen heat it.
Torrential.
There's Jason Mohammed. He's going to call it a day. Well, Joshua De Silva is already padded up. He's not showing any faith at all in the last pair. He's padded up to wicket keep. Well, I take your point, you know, Marley. He probably really wants these guys to have a bite this evening.
I think so. I think so. He'd prefer actually to be bowled.
Oh, that's pulled away imperiously. And it goes all the way for 6. A flat 6 there from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, once again going for the wrist spin option. Just pulls down this time from Gudakish Moti. As he said, it's something that he's brought into his international bowling with some aplomb.
Too short though. Dealt with appropriately.
He was superb in the T20 World Cup, wasn't he? Gudakesh Moti.
See, just going straight down the ground. That's 4. Not a man move.
Yeah, he got that line as well in which he could really free his arms. Wasn't cramped for room. Just tossed up outside that off stump. Have a look at that. Just allowed him to free his arms. Hammered back past the bowler. So 10 runs coming off the last 2 deliveries.
See, this is rushed down to 14. Came into bat after Anderson Phillip. Phillip just signaling something to him, probably telling him, just calm down. And he does. You won't want him to attack deliveries like that. So, 176 for 9 now. Current partnership 14. Driving. That over comes to an end after 45. It's 177 for 9.
Yeah, just the 45 overs today. As he said, he would have lost that first session. Just the 4 deliveries bowled in that first session. Excess moisture, just causing slight delay in action. But how good has the action been though since?
Yeah, since then has been really gripping.
Seeing some fantastic seam bowling. It's been complemented now towards the back end by the left arm spin twins of Permal and Moti.
I'll tell you something, if Jaden Seals look across to the dugout and sees that Josh De Silva is already padded up, he will have a word with him.
Says you've got no faith.
Yeah.
Got no faith in your number 11, Skip.
Oh, ye of little faith. Solid as a rock.
And you think this is the opening bowling pair as well, the new ball pair for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They'd want to get that new ball in hand as well this evening, won't they?
Yeah, want to have a bite. Overcast conditions.
Is it a minimum of 76 overs today? 75?
74 because
74.
2 were deducted for the 8-minute rain delay.
Okay.
I don't think we'll get that.
No, I don't think we'll get close.
Yeah.
Still got an hour or so.
Still 2 deliveries to go in the over, and at the end of this over, Nikhil Uttamchani will come a calling. The man from... I've given him a resident in Oystons.
Oh, yeah?
But he's a very popular guy across there. He will let us know why when he comes on here.
Should be looking for 2. Should be looking for 2 here. Nah.
There was a weighted shot.
Yeah.
Important runs here. Probably wants to get up to that psychological 180. Anything between 180, remember, Nikhil earlier on had mentioned 180. Match on.
Yeah, definitely, with the bowling attack that the Red Force possesses as well.
I like to see guys put value to the wicket. End of the over. 46 gone, 179 for 9.
Mhm. No problem. Here we go, man.
179 for 9. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Harpy Eagles 1 wicket away from wrapping this up. Remember, they'll be hoping for the first innings points. They'll need to come out and bat as well. Hour left in the day's play. Some fruitful partnerships towards the end of the day, though, and innings for the Red Force. 32 between James and Pear. And Terrence Hines and Pear put on 50. And then this partnership now up to 16. And could be some more as well if he middled that.
I was looking mid-wicket as well, I'm not lying.
Jaden Seals, I must say, he takes his batting very seriously. And in the last year or so, he's significantly improved.
I think so, yeah. He's played some valuable, he's been a part of some valuable partnerships, especially in Test cricket. Himself and Roach in particular, they've proven to be very difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, both him and Roach. Remember that test match against Pakistan?
Yeah.
One, I think it was in Dominica or St. Lucia, but they won the test match for the West Indies. And if you ask Joshua the Silver Boys test 100 in 2023 in Antigua here against England, he will always tell Jaden Seals, maybe missing leg.
Just.
Yeah, played a big part, a big role in him getting to his first test 100. As Ian Bishop always says, the fast bowlers deserve a raise. They've been asked to do a number of different jobs. A bit of drift from Moti and doesn't maybe pitched outside. Maybe doesn't straighten in time. End of the over, 179 for 9. If you're just joining us or recently joining us, a recap of the day. Well, they were cruising 69 for 2, the Red Force. Opener Cephas Cooper batted 70 deliveries. Him and Jed Gooley put on a decent partnership. And then a capitulation either side of T. They lost 4 wickets for 18 runs between overs 25 and 30. And then some resolve shown by this lower order to get them to 179, and they'll be thinking if they can get to 200, these two in the middle batting for the Red Force will feel they've got all the chance to help register first innings points. But it does set up what's going to be an exciting day too. Hope to have your company tomorrow, because regardless of even if it was to end now, I think both Seals, Phillip, Carey Pear, Terrence Hines, the bowling unit will feel they've got a great chance at defending this for first innings points. And of course, even if they don't get first innings, don't expect weather to play too much of a part in the next 4 days. So you expect that even if, let's say, the Harp Eagles get to 180, good running again by Seals, you still can hope to bat a bit better in the second innings and try and come back and win the game.
Yeah, and also if conditions hold, it's anything like we've seen today. And I think Joshua James in particular, he really comes into the game. These are the kind of conditions his type of bowling suits, in my opinion. Very suited to these conditions. Bit of extra bounce. He's tall, delivers from high, just wobbles it, seams it a little bit. You think back to that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Barbados Pride game at Kensington Oval last season on a green top.
Such an accomplished shot from Seals for 3. Just tuck around the corner. Partnership is up to 22 frustrating runs, and I wonder, here's a bold idea, Mali, get Shamar Joseph in if he's able to bowl. He's on the field. He's been on the field now for the past hour. If he's able to bowl, get him on and just try to bowl Yorkers at the stumps, full and at the stumps. See if you can get one to go past the defense of either of these batters, because right now it looks pretty easy. And these are runs that could make a difference if they can get to 200. That's a psychological advantage as well.
Definitely. This one's through the gap. It's going to give Chandapal a bit of work. Come back for 2. That's one thing. In fact, they only got 1 on that occasion. Anderson Phillip. The left-handed Seals on strike. And as you said, they're inching closer and closer to 200 here, which would be quite significant considering what we've seen today. Started so well, soaked up pressure, and they lost a flurry of wickets. It's been left to the lower order here to try and eke out something competitive.
And obviously the Red Force will want to bat and score as many as possible, but I don't think Seals and Phillip will mind having maybe 20 minutes at the Harper Eagles batters, the openers especially, because that's where the majority of the runs have been scored for them. They've gotten decent runs at maybe 5 and 6 in Kemo Paul, but Nandu and Chandapal, that could be where the game and this game is decided come the next innings. End of the over, 1-8-6 for 9. Six options used for the Harpy Eagles. Now Smith, haven't seen him in a while. It's been the spinners in operation for the last 12 overs. Moti, a couple of wickets. Pramal has 1, and they're trying to wrap this up. It's a low order that's been quite frustrating for teams this season. Each of them chipping in at different stages. Anderson Phillip helped Joshua De Silva get to his double 100. Ken Moti produced 1 ball of magic.
It's going above 5, so it's been a little expensive by his standards, Gudakesh. That's been hammered through the covers, wide of long off. No chance for Shamar Joseph. Fantastic cricket stroke that from the number 11.
It's an excellent shot from Seals because of the positioning of the bat face, just to get it wide of Seals, of Joseph rather, who was at long off. From 84 for 6 and 124 for 7, the Red Force are 10 runs away from 200. This has been some recovery.
That was hit with some power as well. It wasn't too far from the extra cover fielder in Chandapal. Just beat him to his left. But it was timed so well, he had no chance. Neither did Shamar Joseph in long off. At long off. It's quite wide in that position as well. So as you were saying, Nikhil, just from a Harpy Eagles perspective, just an annoying partnership this.
His highest first-class score, Jaden Seals, and that's, of course, first-class cricket is the domestic regional cricket,
and
as
test.
well as test cricket, is 33 for Jaden Seals. So he's 6 away with a mighty average of 9.6. Well kept out by Phillip. Arm ball from Moti on that occasion.
And it's Phillip that looks to be the one that's going to defend, not look to take too many risks. Seals, he's going to look to put pressure on from the other end.
Some prodigious movement there. They do everything in pairs, seemingly, because they've ripped teams apart with ball together. Now they're doing it with bat in hand. Navigates that over successfully. 191 for 9. 45 minutes left on day one of the West Indies Championship final. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Been an eventful day. We lost the first session due to some moisture and conditions on the surface. And since then, it's been all action in these 49 overs. Harpy Eagles still searching for the final wicket.
And he did mention Shamar Joseph. It's where that extra pace proves to be decisive over and over again. How many times have we seen it? You bring back your main strike bowler for the tail enders, the lower order batters, that extra pace, that risk of possibly getting hurt as well proves to be too much.
He only bowled that one over, Shamar Joseph, after tea with that groin stiffness. He's got the bandaging, as you mentioned, Mali, on the elbow, so probably just a precautionary sign. Kimo Paul also on the field, but struggled with cramp. One thing as well, Guyana will reflect on this day, and obviously their bowlers deserve tremendous credit, but their catching behind the stumps as well has been exceptional.
Yes. It's been superb. You think back to those sharp catches from Kevlin Anderson.
And even the catch from Kimo Paul at slip to remove Carey Pear, that was not an easy catch.
Low.
And has Seals got enough? Yes, he has, with the wind as well. This has been some innings as he draws closer to his highest ever first-class score with bat in hand.
Yeah, just choosing the right option, Jaden Seals. Going with the wind, as you said. And even if it's not out the middle, with the breeze as strong as it is, it's going to take it long over that leg side boundary. Square leg in particular, square leg to mid-wicket. Even long on.
Everything he does, Jaden Seals, he does with aggression. With the ball, you can see him talking to batters, gets very involved, and even with bat, making a big difference. This is a huge 33 runs in the manner in which it's come in. The partnership up to 35. And they can't seem to remove either of them. 50 overs done. And whilst most of them have belonged to the Harpy Eagles, the Red Force wrestling back some of the momentum. 198 for 9.
Yeah, if the Harpy Eagles then now turn to their fast bowler, I think that would prove to be a win in terms of just how well this last wicket pair would have batted. Seems like Shamar's getting a bit warm. Is it going to be Niall? Is Kimo going to come back on? Looks like Shamar Joseph just going through his paces, getting loose.
And they're going to continue his spin for the time being, but that change to pace can't be far away because we've seen Imlat be quite eager and happy to change things when they haven't worked. Think about the Van Lange decision, just bowled the one over for 12 runs, changed him straight away. Here's Moti continuing.
Beautiful, beautiful batting. That from the number 11. But if he was a top order batsman, you'd have been happy with that as well. Got into a very good position, Jaden Seals.
And it's helped that Anderson Phillip has been so resolute at the opposite end in terms of his defense, because it means then that Seals doesn't have to necessarily take the strike. He can trust him to survive, to maybe dab out a single or two here and there. And the 200 has come up from 84 for 6 and 124 for 7.
It also gives an opportunity to, when Phillips on strike, to crowd him, get another short catcher in. Maybe force him to then look to play an attacking stroke.
I'm just looking at the field. The way the field is spread out, it's not a field you'd associate with a number 10 batter. You'd think that maybe someone like a Jangor De Silva is in and going hard, but Seals has earned that. 37 from 31. He's now on his highest ever first-class score with bat in hand.
Get another one. You gotta get another one on the offside here.
What would the celebrations be if he's to get to 50? Because he loves his batting, folks.
Right.
Absolutely adores his batting.
You can tell.
And he's been arguing for years to be up the order. Couldn't really for the West Indies when Alzari Joseph has a couple of 90s in Test cricket.
Does he bat number 11 for the West Indies? He does.
Shamar Joseph has come in. He's gone past him.
Nah, Warwick definitely bats 11, no? If they both play. Warwick bats ahead of him. I think Jaden will have a few words to say about that.
You're being harsh on Jamal Warwick. He's shown that he can bat. Warwick can.
Warwick can.
I'm just going to get his record for you with the bat.
I'm not saying he can't bat, but I'm just saying that in terms of what I'm seeing from Seals has the highest ceiling, in my opinion.
Well, Warwick does have a first-class 50, 71 not out.
Mm-hmm.
And an average of 13 in Test cricket, which is much higher than Seals and the 51. 201 for now.
Looks like pace. Looks like Shamar, to be exact, coming back into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Interesting to see what length he goes to here early. So you get aggressive fast bowler to fast bowler, West Indies fast bowler to fast bowler. Two of the premier fast bowling talents in the region.
Yeah, these two will know each other very well. Is there any fast bowling union? Don't think so.
Let's see.
If the roles were reversed, Jaden Seals would be coming hard at Shamar Joseph with words as well.
Pause. But I agree with you 100%. What length does he go to?
Maybe looking for the Yorker straight away. And 1-0 to Jaden Seals, who's into the 40s, folks.
Once again into the leg side. Anything just remotely timed well would race away down the hill. Just the one fielder. In fact, just the two fielders in front of square on the leg side.
And because of that shot now, Joseph is going to send mid-wicket back to the boundary. So those are the only two fielders on the boundary. And Jaden Seals talking to himself, constantly trying to hype him up and stay in the contest. Edged and over the slip cordon, made that 8 from the first two deliveries. Seals is nearing a first or maiden first class 50.
Above 200 now, 209. Have a look at that, 45 of 33. Things have changed very quickly here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. All of a sudden, just the 1 wicket remaining for the Red Force. 1 wicket for the Harpy Eagles to get. It's proving elusive. With that extra pace on these deliveries, Seals just finding it easy at the moment. Something you wouldn't expect to say. I didn't expect to say that here today, especially with bat in hand.
Kevlon Anderson has dropped back now to almost a short third position, or maybe in between that short third and deep third. And now, I wonder if this is a ploy to try and get Anderson Phillip on strike. There's now 4 fielders outside the circle. He spread the field Imlat. Maybe trying to get Seals off strike.
Yeah, that's a catching position there, Kevlon Anderson. The fly slip, but well played again. Gets on top of that. Jaden Seals. The batsmanship is superb. Just use the pace of Shamar Joseph. Got on top of the bounce, run that away down to the third man region. 2 men in that position. And it dissected them perfectly.
Been the one bowler that the Red Force have taken on. He's gone at 5 runs and over Shamar Joseph today in the 10 overs bowled and 3 boundaries to start. By the way, 50 partnership has come up. 49 to Seals and 2 runs to Phillip, making the 51. He's 1 away from a 50. And he'll get it, Jaden Seals. What a day to remember.
4 more.
In a final, 4 boundaries against your strike partner for the West Indies. And finally a smile. He is really some player. And whether it's ball or bat in hand, this is one he'll remember for a long time.
Yeah, that extra pace from Shamar Joseph, proving to be not that extra indeed to Jaden Seals. Have a look at that. Time gets on top of that. Handled that one better than we saw most of the top order batters handle the body line deliveries. Maybe just used his height, got on top of it, rolled his wrists. 4 consecutive boundaries. A wry smile on the face of Shamar Joseph.
Can he go to his Yorker, Shamar Joseph? A really quick Yorker at the toe. A better length though, more challenging for Seals. And it's worked out perfectly because it means that Anderson Phillip just has 1 ball to survive and Seals will have the strike again. What a knock. 54 from 36 balls, folks. It has changed the entire context of this final. And just judging from the body language of the Harper Eagles, who were rampant for the majority of this day, another pendulum swing, and this time it's in the favor of the Red Force.
Yeah, the complexion of this innings has completely changed. He said 56 of 54, the partnership. And Anderson Phillips just contributed 2 runs to that. But with that stellar defense that he shows, and you can expect, he will be defending here, no doubt. Just like that. In fact, he'll get more. It'll be 4 more. 5 4s from this Shamar Joseph comeback over. He's gone for 55 from his 10. And they can't stop the bleeding at this stage.
$222 for 9. And this final wicket partnership is up to 60.
And it's happened in such a short space of time, Nikhil.
I need to do some research, Mali, in terms of the highest final wicket partnership in this tournament, maybe for Trinidad and Tobago. I'll get on it in the meantime.
Wasn't there one in the last game in the Barbados in the playoff? That partnership, I think it was Shamar Springer. Or maybe, I think it was Josh Bishop. Was it Josh Bishop and Jamel Warwick? However it was, Josh Bishop ended up falling agonizingly close of 100. Last wicket to go, Jamel Warwick.
Quality continuing and the defense continuing from Jaden Seals. And I guarantee you, folks, there's half an hour, 32 minutes to be exact left in the day. If they even get 10 minutes, the Red Force, to bowl at the Harper Eagles, it will be box office, much like this period of the game. So a gripping way to end your Sunday evening.
I think at this stage, they probably just want to continue batting.
Seals really put pressure on him, Black, because he had, obviously at the start of the innings, he had guys close in. It's how they removed Carey Pear and Joshua James. But ever since he started to go over the top, it's meant the field has had to spread.
This is for me where he's just lacked that impetus when Anderson Phillip is on strike. Hasn't attacked enough for me. He hasn't put him under enough pressure. It's just been very easy for him to just defend. He showed a good defense. He's got a decent enough technique. Just there. Maneuvers that into the onside, gets off strike. It's just a very annoying partnership, this, from a Harper Eagles perspective.
Just makes you think, had one of those top order batters gone on a bit further to supplement this low order battle, what could have been. But they'll still be very pleased with this position. 224 for 9. Remember what's at stake, folks. This Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team have not won this tournament in 20 years. And being 124 for 7, many of their fans would have thought we're in this difficult position again. But now, if these two continue to bat to the end of the day, you might have to say, Mali, given the fact that they lost the toss, it could be advantage Red Force. How close is that? Still not close enough for Carl Tuckett. Maybe hit outside the line. May have hit him quite high up as well. Looking for that slog sweep with the win.
Yeah, he's looking for it with that shot. With that silly mid-off in position. Maybe not quite as comfortable doing that as we've just seen.
2-5 for 9.
Just the one wicket for the Harpy Eagles, proving to be very elusive indeed. We have a commentary change. And now as well, Vinod Manchan will replace me. Enough can't be said about that. Jaden Seals, 56 of 39, showing that heart, not only heart, showing a fair amount of skill as well.
One wicket away, the Harpy Eagles. Still can't find it, Vinod Mamchan. This has been a partnership now for the final wicket, has gone up to 64.
And just shy, well, still short of the record, Nickel, which is 97 against Jamaica. And that was way back in 2007. And February 2007 at St. Elizabeth. But Jaden Seals is coming out and being forthright, playing his natural game. I was discussing that with Mali early on. Do you think what has happened here, Nikhil, fellas like Evan Lewis, and they could probably look and see in the second innings if they want to play a natural game? Worked away runs here.
It'll always be different because, of course, Lewis and the top order batting against the newer ball. Obviously, the the Harpy Eagles bowlers would have been a lot fresher, more energetic. You're into bowlers third and fourth spells, but full credit must go to the Red Force. The way the lower order came in and pushed pressure back onto Imlat and his team is the reason why they're in this position. Even when Terrence Hines and Pear came together in all sorts of trouble, 87 for 6, they still made sure that they expressed themselves, and it's why they've got well past the 200 mark.
Yeah, this reminds me so much of the performance of Barbados in the last game in the playoffs, where the lower order really stood firm. So off the back foot, crashing it away.
And it seems like Phillip has just is feeding off of the confidence that Seals, because he was 2 runs and all of a sudden he's up to 10. So if this team, the Red Force, are to go on and win this tournament, we need to have a shared MVP award. 37 wickets between Seals and Phillip. And this partnership could be a tournament winning partnership.
Yeah, the runs to it. So these two, and this has been the difference with this Red Force team this season. A never say die attitude that sadly was lacking before. They fought themselves back from difficult positions, and they're doing it yet again.
.230 for 9 after 54 overs, and a look at the bowling options used today. Shamar Joseph, the most expensive, other than Van Lang, who only bowled the 1 over. And spinners been worked around, both going at 5 runs and over. Parmala Moti.
Oh, I always thought the reintroduction of Shamar Joseph at that point in time with Peace on was going to work in favor of Jaden Seals the way he was batting. He was just going for his shots. might find Muti and Pomola a little more difficult to get away. And the fans have stayed on here. They've seen a gripping day's cricket.
Seals still going. Can you imagine, with 25 minutes left in the day, these two get to the end of the day, what that would do for the confidence going into the night, and then coming tomorrow morning, Harp Eagles having to go back into the field.
Yeah. It's a mere fact that if they can see out today's play and have Guyana come out in the morning, it reminds me so much of a test match, Nikhil, in 1988, West Indies versus Australia down in Australia, where Sir Viv could have declared in the afternoon, in the evening, at the end of the day's play. Everyone thought that when play resumed in the morning, he was going to declare. He came out, faced 4 deliveries, and declared, just to throw the Australians off. It's all a mind game.
Did they end up winning the test match?
Of course. 1988, come on, Nikhil. Who would have won? No one but the West Indies. What I like, though, is the fact that Philip puts real value to his wicket. He takes his batting very seriously.
And since they've instituted this silly mid-off fielder in the previous over, you think maybe it would phase someone batting at number 11. It doesn't. He's just tucked the ball around the corner when it's been too straight. He's been happy to play with soft hands like there and just make sure that the ball doesn't carry. Excellent showing from these two, 10 and 11, 231 for 9.
Yeah, they continue to battle well, this partnership so far. As I pay across at the board, it's what, 69? And they've really done well for Trinidad and Tobago. We were looking on during the course of the day, seeing what could have been a competitive score. We bandied around some figures, 180, 200, 240, 250. Seems as if they can, whatever they get now, I think that they'll be very happy given what transpired early on. What it also tells me too, Nikhil, is that the pitch is flattening out nicely. Are you surprised Kemo Paul hasn't taken a ball? I know he's nursing a slight injury, but I thought he was sharp today.
I think that might be the major concern. Although he's remained on the field ever since going off for cramp, he's come back on and fielded that slip throughout this inning. So it makes you think if he wasn't good enough, he really wouldn't be there. It's worth something, trying something, because Pramal and Moti hasn't really worked against this final pair. Both have gone at...
Oh, in and out, was it? You'll have a look at that.
Yeah, maybe just the second time Nandu's been unable to react to a ball sharply hit. Oh, no, I can't call that a chance, Vinod. Impossible.
You have had to stay down and don't move.
But the other one, the carry pair one, will hit him on the arm. That probably was more catchable. And it serves as just a wake-up call to Seals, who walked away, and glove into pad, switch back on. Still 20 minutes left in the day. If that's maybe 6 overs, they're going at 4 and over. That's another 24 runs. You get to 250 on the end of day 1. Massive advantage to that team in red and black.
Yeah, because remember, at the end of the day, they'll be bowling glass. On this traveler is already turning, and it has not been slow turn.
And from a Harp Eagles perspective, of course they'll go in, regardless of however the day ends, they'll go in feeling they should have done better. They've got to also understand that day 2 will probably be the best day to bat on this surface. So they've got a real chance, and their bowlers have still done a good job. You asked them if they would take 231 for 9, winning the toss today, probably against this Red Force batting.
Yeah, I think definitely they will be, at least in terms of that, they will be okay with it. But I take your point. After having them 120 odd for 7, there will be a sense of disappointment. Well, early on, our cameras flashed to skipper Josh De Silva when Jaden walked in the bat. He was padded up to keep. I think they'll have a discussion over that tonight.
He still has the pads on, but you
Yeah.
can't fault him because keepers like to be prepared. And I think he wouldn't mind sweating in the pads at all, Joshua De Silva, if it means his team can be in a better position. I love the celebrations, though, from Seals when he got to 50. It's been long awaiting a first-class 50.
Yeah. So at this point in time, he's going on to 60. Could we take God out of our thoughts here, Nikhil?
I think that would be a bit too ambitious to think about any 100 or anything.
What if it happens?
An average in first-class cricket of 9.66 and a previous highest score of 33 for Jaden Seals. He's doubled that almost.
The average will go up slightly.
And it's a final as well, folks. Remember that. He came in not with his team on 500 plus like the previous couple of games in the season. He's coming with his team in some serious trouble.
Yeah, 162 for 9 when he walked out.
And still Moti and Pramod. One of the few times all day that Imlat has been quite relaxed, but he's going to be proactive in his field. Now leg slip. I think Nandu, yeah, just top left of your screen is going to a leg slip position. What's the tactic from Moti? Trying to fire into the stumps and finish on maybe leg stump if Seals tries to tuck one around the corner. They've had no answers for Jaden Seals and by extension this final wicket pair.
That might be quite a good ploy though, because what he'll be doing if he's firing it into the leg stump, he'll be taking his hands away from him, so he's going to curb that scoring. And if you do get an edge there or a clip, you can pick him up just right around the corner.
Down leg. And this is perhaps where the Harp Eagles may miss someone like a Thaddeus Lovell or maybe someone a bit taller in their attack. Because Shamar Joseph, although he's got the extra pace, he's more skiddy. So if they ever wanted to have maybe at number 10 and 11 a short ball ploy where you set those two fielders deep on the boundary, you got guys catching under the bat. They don't really have anyone, none of the seamers, Kimo Paul, Niall Smith, Shamar Joseph, none of them can really get the ball up there consistently. And you think that's probably the one area where Phillip and Seals would be most uncomfortable.
Trinidad will have that option with Joshua James. He's pretty tall.
Yeah, and Seals has been working on his bouncer as well. I've seen a lot more this season compared to previous ones, and even in the New Zealand Test match. There would be times where he would really put in a shift of a couple of overs of that short, fierce bowling.
Moti trying to outfox his man. Seems to have closed up shop for the day. With about 15 minutes to go. With spinners in operation. They're getting quite a number of overs in.
Yeah, that was much quicker, that final delivery. But this scorecard, in a few years when you look back on this, you'll say, wow. To think nobody in that top 7 getting past 26. And it was Terence Hines' knock. That 29 from 25. I wonder if it just gave belief to the Red Force that one, conditions were getting better to bat, but maybe a blueprint on how to go about things. Put pressure with a few audacious strokes. And in the end, getting to 232.
Guyana kept in the game by taking wickets, but I take what you're saying, and a mind shift could have happened there with the others coming in, because everyone who came after that came out very positive. You think there's value in probably bringing a Smith on for a couple overs?
He was walking back to his mark quite gingerly. I wonder if he's feeling the effects of quite a big day for him as well. But I think it's worth trying something. You got 15 minutes left and the spin hasn't worked to this point.
You don't want to come back here this morning and tomorrow morning and having to bowl to these two. Then they can burn you in the sun for half an hour, 40 minutes still.
And just for their bowlers as well, I think mean, 2 hours ago, they would have been thinking 150 all out. We can go in, put our feet up, watch our batters who are very good at occupying the crease, just spend maybe a day and a half batting and win this game. And how just like it happened earlier today, in 20-30 minutes, the game shifts so quickly.
What a shot. Protection, though. Anderson down there.
It happened when they lost 18 for 4, the Red Force, around over 30. And that was in between the tea break. And then now today again, evening, 20 minutes of Jaden Seals, 16 from that Shamar Joseph over. And things have changed rapidly again.
Continues to swing on a pendulum here. It's been a gripping day's cricket. I think tonight when you go in, Nico, and you're sipping your coffee, you would say that you saw a gripping day's cricket.
Yeah, it's been highly entertaining, and it's what you want from a final, to be honest. Really happy that the conditions have improved in terms of the surface. We were able to get, almost 60 overs in so far. And yeah, it's been something in it for everyone.
Clipped away more runs here.
But it reminds me of the World Test Championship final when I think it was Cummins and Hazelwood towards the end of a day, or actually Hazelwood and Lyon. They came out in the morning and started to bat and really got some viable runs. And speaking to some of the South Africans, Aidan Markram, Temba Bavuma, they said when they saw that, it inspired them to know that the pitch had gotten a lot better for batting. And I wonder if the Harp Eagles will look at it and say, yes, we've given away 100 too many, but guys, this is a wicket that we can score heavily on tomorrow, day after, and just bat. We've seen them already, 600 it was against the West Indies Academy. They've got ample time. 234 for 9. You've got 3 days after today. So even if they get to 250, the Red Force, Harp Eagles, you think if they can double that, they're in a serious position at a lead of 200 or so to come back and try and limit the Red Force.
You have to take into consideration that Jaden Seals, Anderson, Phillip attack with the new ball. But then you have Nandu and Chandapal who could grind them into the dust. And I think that'll be the key. The key is for those two openers to grind the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers into the dust.
And coming into this game, that's where I sort of saw this matchup lying. Who would come out on top between that opening bowling duo of Phillip and Seals, who've taken 37 wickets together and are currently batting in the middle, and Chandapal and Moti, who've scored 700 runs combined this season. You think you get the two of them early, maybe in the first 5 overs tomorrow, all of a sudden, alarm bells.
Yeah, because Anderson hasn't been at his best.
And neither Imlat.
Yep. But you never know, it's a final. And it brings out the best in some men.
I think Tejan Chandapal there would have been expecting to be batting an hour ago. I don't think he want to bat right now. So he might be one of the few people on the field actually willing this partnership to go on. Because to come out for 10 minutes.
That's going to be fire.
Seals will be feeling the energy of his batting. Although the balls have caught up to the runs. He was 50 off 35 deliveries. He's 61 off 60. But still, a strike rate of 100. You're taking that, Vinod, at number 10?
Yeah, definitely. I think what can happen here, if you really think through this situation, you have these two just play off the end of the day. Bring your bowlers fresh in the morning. Look to clean them up early. And then your batters can mentally prepare overnight to bat tomorrow, as opposed to getting this wicket now and having a little tricky period towards the end of the day's play. 10 minutes to go.
I don't think Riyad Emirates is telling his batters anything, because the minute you tell them to change something, that could be the demise.
Yeah, quite right with that.
It's amazing how well these two work together in everything. In life, they hang out together with the ball and now with bat.
Live very close to each other as well.
72 runs between them, and they've occupied the crease now for an hour and a half.
Seals from California. and Philip from the Milton area. Both would have done, as young men, would have done a lot of work at KRCA. I'm sure that you would have heard of the Kumar Rampat Cricket Academy in central Trinidad. Then moved across to work with Kelvin Williams at the National Cricket Centre. I don't think Kello worked too much with them with the bat, although Kello was an all-rounder for Trinidad back in the day.
It's another over to check off, 234 for 9.
Moti hustling into position, so he's going to continue, it seems. In fact, it's Van Lange who flicking the bails. Does it work, Nickel?
He's tried it, that's for sure. Van Lang just...
Dobsons. The veteran Permal is going to continue. Probably trying to use all his experience. What will be ideal is with 5 minutes, if there are 5 minutes to go, I think they would like to get the wicket then.
Reminder, we'll start half an hour earlier tomorrow on day 2 because of the losing of a session today, so ability and chance to make up overs, and that will be the case on day 3 as well. So slightly earlier start. Do join us from 9:30 a.m. local time here in Antigua.
Well, what you'll want to know, and it'll be very interesting in the morning, is when Nikhil goes down to do the pitch report. Everyone wants to hear about that pitch, Nikhil.
Yeah, key thing is that grass covering, and whether that grass can help in the lateral movement for these two when they have ball in hand. Because even when it stopped swinging today, Kimo Paul and Niall Smith were able to get a lot of movement off the pitch, and I think it's because of that grass. So yeah, it'll be interesting to have a look tomorrow morning after a full day's play, well, 3/4 days play on it, then tomorrow morning some sunshine again.
Given what transpired early on, this pitch has really played well. Anderson cuts it down to 1. Last wicket partnership of 73. Around 73, Trinidad might have lost 5 wickets. I don't know, 5 for 72.
Jaden Seals can't be buying himself dinner tonight. The Red Force should be taking full care of these two seamers, the way they've gone about fighting. And I'll extend that to the entire Lord, actually. Terrence Hines pair, even Joshua James, who hit that 6 and spent some time at the crease. If you had told them after, what was it, 35 overs when they were 122 for 6, 30 overs they were 87 for 6. If you told them they'd still be batting at the end of the day, they would have taken that.
Yeah, they probably would have thought that the only reason that will happen is for rain to fall.
But if you offered the Harper Eagles and Imla at the toss, you know, a position like this, you had the Red Force 235 for 9, would they have taken it, you think?
I think they would have. Given the prowess of the Red Force batting attack, I think they would have taken that.
And that'll be what Ryan Hercules will want to hit home this evening, because they're going dejected. The way that this game has slipped out of their grasp, full control they were in. He will be hammering home that, guys, we're still in front of the game. Both changing rooms will try to spin that psychological aspect.
Well, you made a very important point early on when you said that it's about batting on this track and saving yourself for the better part of it, which will be tomorrow.
Yeah, you think with the grass covering as well, day 2, day 3 could be quite good for batting as well.
What you don't want to do in terms of Guyana is to be chasing anything significant in the 4th innings. Although Trinidad and Tobago was going in with a spinner less in Brian Charles.
Amazing that Imlak has still continued with this pair. He just tried the 1 over of Shamar Joseph, but even though they've gone at close to 5 runs and over combined, he's still sticking with Pramal and Morty. And how inventive is he going to get with the field now on what could be the maybe second last over of the day or final over of the day?
Well, a long discussion between Philip and Seals I think they're probably trying to see if they can make this the last over. They're getting one more. Some pressure applied here now. This is good.
And if you know it's going to be the last over, do you go hard or do you try to shut up shop and be there for tomorrow morning? Back those 4 balls that Sir Vivian Richards would have done back in 1988.
Well, the way these guys play, it's better that Seals stay at an on-striker's end. Having said that,
Philip.
to go to Philip, I think Riyad Emirates would prefer Philip to just see out this. Although Seals has been brilliant today.
Well, it doesn't matter in terms of if any of them are dismissed, that's the end of the inning. So I think they'll be thinking about as many runs and preserving their wicket, if possible, going into tomorrow.
Given this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, I think Emirates will be happy at this point in time. More so after what transpired early on. Spanked. So Moti has been bowling short and wide in this over so far.
If you're the Harpy Eagles, though, you're pushing to get another over in. You want to dismiss these two. You do not want to come back out tomorrow morning in the sun. Earliest start. Heavy legs from day one. And be in the field. You're almost hoping that one of these batters make a mistake.
It's safe. Now it's very safe because we have about, 3 minutes to go? 2-3 minutes to go. It's safe. You're sure you don't have to come back out.
Another probing over from Gudakesh Moti. 2:37 for 9 and maybe 1 over left in the day's play.
Yeah, Butler walking up as soon as he reaches. Yeah, I think Pumol is going to finish it up today.
I think Joshua De Silva still has his pads on, you know?
Yeah. According to you, he's just warming up.
No, he's superstitious. He doesn't want to take them off because since he's had them on, his team is batted a lot better.
One over to go. Seals watching that one closely. If I were Pumol, I would toss a few up, see what would happen.
Yeah, at the risk of another maximum though, because Seals has found the middle of the bat today. I actually think it's worth the gamble. Might be worth floating a ball above eye line just to get Seals excited going into the end of the day. Wants to be a hero. Is already a hero, but wants to finish not out and go in unscathed. So 4 deliveries left, unless he can get them in. Can he get them in 2 minutes time? Maybe force another over.
Nikhil, that's asking too much.
Still 2 minutes left and only 3 deliveries to go.
Yeah, I think we may get one more. Unless Seals walks away. Oh my, it's in the air. And the catch is dropped. Shamar Joseph, I think that at the corner of his eyes, he also saw Imlak coming.
Yeah, they both ran after, and it wasn't easy. Shamar Joseph had a lot of ground to cover from a straight mid-wicket position, just on the edge of the square, running all the way to about square leg. In the end, it wasn't settled enough, but that was the chance. They finally had an opportunity. Seals finally made a mistake. It wasn't to be. And the wind is still so high, so you can understand the difficulty. And it's probably the first blemish they've had all day in terms of the catching. They've been superb today, the Harpy Eagles, with their catching. And maybe that just guarantees that this will be the last over of the day. So Pramod just trying to get his field precise for these final 2 deliveries.
Ooh. Had to stay down. Like to see that again there, Nico.
I don't think it carried. And even if it did, never easy those catches at short leg. Nando's been busy today at that position.
Definitely dropping short.
Could be one final ball in what will be a heroic comeback for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Seals navigates well and will even get a run to take the score to 240 for 9. Remember, folks, they were 87 for 6, 30 overs in. And on day one of the West Indies Championship, the umpires are coming together just to decide, maybe see if they can push for a few more. Who would have thought from that position, Vinod Bamchan, that we'd be here?
Definitely, I think, or if we were here, it would have been the Guyanese batting this game called cricket.
And I think right now the umpires are asking the batters what they want to do. I think Seals and Phillip are quite happy to go off. And it means then that it will be the end of play on day one. The West Indies Championship, remember, 15-time champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who've won 3 times in a row. Last 3 years searching for a 4th title. This Red Force team, they've not won in 20 years. And that duo there have gotten them to this position and could be the reason they go on to win this with a 78-run and counting final wicket partnership.
Yeah, remember the record for Trinidad and Tobago was 97 against Jamaica for the 10th wicket, 240 for 9. And as Nikhil said before, who would have thought after early on they were 72 for 5, 124 for 7. Well, those two, they deserve all the accolades.
And they'll get great praise and fully deserved. To see the face of Red Emirates there, the way, the smiles, the body language, that wasn't the case 2 hours ago. They were disappointed, dejected. And Jaden Sears, what a gift to West Indies cricket he is at 24 years old.
Yep.
And maybe trying to find a place higher up the batting order.
Well, Nikhil, let's go to the highlights.
The day started with Kemo Paul and Niall Smith operating. It was Evan Lewis who nicked off. And one thing to watch through this package, folks, is the catching behind the stumps. Cephas Cooper was resolute in his 70 balls at the crease and was a big factor in navigating what was that early moisture and some invariable bounce.
And that was a peach of a delivery. Oh, look at that. Jason Mohammed had no answer to it. It was very, very, had to be informed to even edge that. Now Smith getting one to bounce disconcertingly just on about the off stump. And there was Josh De Silva playing across the line. De Silva looked at the pitch, but I don't think the pitch had anything to do with that one. Again, Django moving too much movement across the crease. And this was probably the softest of these missiles. Terrell Hines, after leading a fight back, this man Carey Paye continued where Terrence Hines left off. Continued to frustrate the Guyanese. And that was a big one. A big golf swing that ended out of the ground. Following up his 64 against Barbados in the playoff. Paye was then dismissed for 40. That really took Trinidad back into the game. And every batter that came after that looked positive. Even Josh That delivery going down the leg side, one may have thought though. And then it was the Jaden Seals show. The last wicket, 73 unbroken. And Jaden Seals with his first class half century with shots like this. He came out very positive. He was forthright in his approach. And at the end of the day's play, he's on 63 not out of 71 deliveries. And with him, his partner in crime, Anderson Phillip, 15 of 46. So that's the situation at the moment. Stay tuned. We have Nikhil Uttamchani, and he is going to have probably Jaden Seals for you.
Championship with the star of day one, Jaden Seals, who is on an unbeaten 61 and still going. Jaden, where to even start? How do you feel? Because I know you take your batting very seriously.
Yeah, I feel really good. Obviously, the plan was to go there and bat as long as possible, bat time, and just try and get as much runs as possible for the team. And it so happened that I ended up getting to 61 not out, and I'm very happy for that.
6 down at 87 after 30 overs. What shifted in that lower order, the way you guys batted? Did the approach change?
Yeah, the approach changed, but I guess is in the dressing room we're very calm because we understand what needs to be done on the pitch as batters, and then if we didn't get any more runs we had to bowl, we understood what needed to be done. So we were very calm and everyone had that positive mindset going out to bat that we're doing it for the team, we're going down fighting and we're not giving up.
Your personal approach in terms of the bowlers that they had, you spaced a lot of the spin. How did you go about, what was your blueprint in going about this 61?
For me, for the spin, anything that was in my area, I was looking to hit it for 6. And obviously, just be selective in the balls that I tried to hit for 6 or even hit for 4. And once the pacers came back, was if it was there again, obviously be aggressive, but if not, just be smart and get off strike.
Your strike partner for the West Indies, Shamar Joseph, took 16 out that over. I'm sure he'll be hearing about that some more.
Nah, I'm not going to let him hear about it because I believe I can bat, so that's not a big feat for me.
Jaden, in terms of a man that's very close to you, Anderson Phillip, all season it's been you two with the ball in hand. Tell me about his contribution to your overall score with bat.
Yeah, he was talking to me from the minute I got out there to bat. I let him know that I'm going to be positive, I'm going to take it on once it's in my area. And we obviously have that understanding and we know each other well, so it was clear communication and it was okay if it's there, go ahead. If not, then be smart about it. And he batted really well as well. He batted balls, he played his shots when he had to, rotated strike well, and we trust each other, so it wasn't nothing to be worried about out there batting.
Was the strategy always to get to the end of the day? Were you guys thinking about the declaration, or well, probably not declaration, but what was the plan in the last few overs in terms of going hard or maybe shutting up shop?
It kind of shifted for me personally in terms of just getting to tomorrow, and it was just about being smart. Even if we wanted to be aggressive, it was just about being smart, choosing the right balls. Obviously there's a big win factor here, so not trying to go against it, at least this late in the day, and that was really it.
100 on the cards?
we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Well done, Jaden. Thank you very much. Jaden seals 61 today, and it's been an unbelievable comeback from the Red Force, who end the day on 240 for 9, and they'll be ready for what's in store on day 2. Do join us from 9:30 a.m. here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We'll see you tomorrow.